This our blessed land. You see, O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all thy earth. Remember that son, if thou be so pleased, thou spring of the body, wheresoever they locate, guide them and protect them, Lord. Remember those who are the dwelling with. Take them in charge. I bring his staff before you this morning, blessed Lord. Each and every one of them. You know them better than I do. Those who are traveling with bus, I was traveling mercy for them. My God and my King. Remember Brendan this morning passed by his home this hour, Lord. Each and every one of them are dwelling in the home. Remember them in the days of mercy. My God and my King, my village and my people. As we tell the disciples to say, our Father which art in heaven, holy be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done, and not as it is in heaven. Give us the days of our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For there is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. This morning, blessed Lord, remember Miss Matters and I bring before you. Pass by the hospital, not she alone this hour, Lord, but each and every one of them are dwelling in the hospital. Guide them and protect them. Remember she husband, pass by the house, you lend unto them. In no other name, but only in you, Jesus' almighty name. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Not too bad, and you? How is you?
I'm okay. Thank you very much for substituting for Matheson this morning, and we all do wish that everything works well
yes,
with her.
Yes.
Did you speak to her again yesterday?
No, I didn't speak to her. What happened? I don't have credit. Gregory, so me's a rich woman, me's a poor woman, you know. So if I don't have credit, a friend to say I don't have credit?
Why do you need phone?
To talk to people?
Well, yeah, we'll get credit on phone.
Well, yes, I might get today.
Might get today. Gregory, ha.
What do you say, Gregory?
Selling all that corn and they were selling up there.
I have to eat and I have to pay me bill.
All that corn you selling there.
I have to eat and I have to pay me bill.
So you sell a bundle of corn.
So take the money and put on the phone.
And I didn't say that. I see
and
you
what I go eat?
The corn them you selling, I see you selling some $2 corn for $4.
It doesn't matter, but I get sale and I wish I'd have some now again.
You make money.
Yes. I don't know I could make money. What? I'm making money and I broke.
I don't know. You might play in broke. You don't want nobody to come and thief you. Bye-bye.
Well, if you that thing of it, you could thief by.
Later, think
All right,
okay, darling.
Yeah.
It's real, it's FM, it's radio, it's a morning, it's a Friday, it's the Xtension. It's Andre, it's Carl, and it's gonna be others too. You better believe me. What a Friday the 18th. 18th day of the second month. Woo! As the great wrestler Ric Flair will say, woo! What you laughing at, Keaton? Keaton, why are you laughing?
Ric Flair, man. Natia boy.
Woo! Yeah, that's Ric Flair. Who's your favorite wrestler? Good morning, all the listeners.
The Rock.
The Rock?
Yeah.
Johnson? Is it Johnson? Yeah. That's his name? Whatever.
Dwayne Johnson.
Dwayne Johnson? Not mine. Sting. That's to tell you how far back I go.
The icon.
Sting. I used to like the move, the Scorpion Death Sting.
Yeah.
That was a wicked move, man. Yeah, Sting. And then there's a guy, Ricky the Steamboat Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of all the black wrestlers that have gone through, my favorite was Junkyard Dog.
JYD.
Junkyard. I don't look at wrestling anymore. You know?
I also like to see this guy. It's really Spina Rooney, man. A black guy.
Who was that? I remember.
His name kinda.
Yeah, I remember that move. But Junkyard Dog was a good wrestler. Sting. And then I like the Four Horsemen.
Well, same Natia boy again.
Yeah, Ric Flair, the Four Horsemen. Wow. Kenneth Joseph says good morning to Andre and Master Carl. David Charles says good morning. Venetrice says good morning. Tamika Moses says good morning to Carl Caton. And of course, Andre Donald. Good morning to all you lovely people. And let's say good morning to Drumsticks.
Hello, good morning.
How are you, my dear?
I'm good.
Right. Tell me.
Good morning to you. Good morning to Carl Keaton. Stalwart.
Stalwart, yeah, man, the stalwart. I
And
know.
good morning to the nation. A reading from the Word of God, Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restored my soul. He leadeth me in the pathway of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Amen, 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 my dear. How are you?
I'm good.
Right. I want you to have a productive day. Tell me.
I'll read the scripture, Psalm 23, because he have some enemy that they are my daughter back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so that's why I read the scripture.
All right. Which one?
That is the biggest one you want married, Alicia.
Alicia, okay. Don't worry. Fire burn.
But God is able, yes.
Yeah, fire
them.
burn that.
Yeah, in the name of Jesus.
Yeah, man. Burn all that.
Yep.
All right. So everything good otherwise, sir?
Yeah, for the time.
All right. Olive! Later.
Yeah, all right. You have a nice day and have a nice weekend. Carl Keaton.
You too, my dear.
Have a
Stalwart.
nice day.
You too. Very interesting passage of scripture there, Andre. Thou prepares a table
before me.
in the presence
Of
my
Babylon.
enemies.
Yeah. Anointed
Because
my head, you know.
when the Ancient of Days blessing you, he don't blessing you in secret.
No.
And he bless you in the presence of your enemies, let you see. So, drumstick. So, drumstick, be of good cheer. Joy cometh in the morning. So, as you pray, leave it at the
feet.
Yes, of the Ancient of Days. And he says, vengeance is mine.
Yeah.
He say, I'll deal with it. So have no fear. Drumstick, have a blessed weekend.
What kind of old newspaper are you on there?
They're not the old newspaper, man.
That look like a manifesto.
Yes, the season.
That manifesto is somewhat here, boy. Hold on. That was the year they did it like a newspaper style, yeah.
Yes.
I've my manifesto in my bag. Okay, hold on, Carl. I mean, I find people, hold on, I'm coming back. Hold on. I find you getting on like you, okay, you know? Thing on Rastafari.
Well, it's serious business, Joey. Serious business.
Hold on. So shut that you feel going to edge me out.
Your time so serious.
The same one you have, they hiding.
Yes.
The same one you have, they hiding. I don't have that on them too, you know?
See,
I find you gaining on
No. Listen to me, Jay. So when I speak, they may not like what I say all the time, but they can't argue with that.
No, it's there.
Yeah, they can't argue with that.
It's there. I don't know. Let me tell you something, Bridget. I decided, you know what, Andre? Put your manifesto on them in your bag.
When you decide that?
Last night, Bridget.
Somebody tell you I won.
No. But who could tell me you have one?
Wow, I like that.
I put 4. I have 2008, 18,
13,
13, and I have 2 of the 18. But the 18 one, which one you have?
13.
So you want that 18?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
You see, there was a hard cover in the 18 that was done, but then so I ended up with 2 of the 18. Right. So you feel your stuff fine. I just then I said, Shaman, let me just put that to them in my bag.
Well, that shows Rasta can barely cross alone.
No. So let me just hand them. Sunset City, Grenada, good morning. Okay. All right. So, let's do the weather and Bridget. But I must play my theme song. What's my theme song these days?
We are one family.
Yay! on, family. Pull on that track there and bring in your brother, boy. Oh, you laughing? What's up, Tima?
How you doing, Angie?
I'm
Good
all
morning
right.
to you.
Good morning to you too, brother.
Yes, that's one of my favorite Calypsonians.
Oh, Lord Nelson?
Of course, yes. Robert the Lord Nelson.
Yeah, man. You know what? I saw him. He was here he performed here in
Yeah, a few
83.
years ago, yes.
No, in 83 is when I saw him, yeah?
Okay.
When he performed. That was still during, the revolution was still going.
Yeah, okay.
And he had a T-shirt, a big white T-shirt. And on the T-shirt said, "Big, black, and have some." Didn't say handsome, it say have some.
some.
So I'm like, yo, I wonder what he have. Anyway, brother, tell me.
Yes, well, Andrew. Well, again, good morning to you, and also, again, good morning to all your listeners. Well, as in most parts of the Eastern Caribbean, conditions are fair, but I think we need our winds are easterly at 12 miles an hour. Barometric pressure is now 1013.3 millibars, which is just above normal. Remember, normal is 1013.2 millibars. Current temperature 23.8 Celsius, or 74.8 Fahrenheit. Relative humidity 88%. During the last 24 hours, maximum temperature recorded was 31.4 Celsius. The minimum was 23.5 Celsius. 0.4 millimeters of rainfall was also recorded on head points during that period, bringing the total for the month to 8.9 millimeters. Looking now at the public forecast, which is valid for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, we can expect conditions to be generally fair. Winds east-northeasterly to easterly at 14 to 24 miles an hour. Seas moderate, waves 5 to 7 feet in open waters. Tides are currently falling. Low tide will be at 8:42 this morning. High tide will be this afternoon at 3:17. Maximum temperature today should get up to around 30.5 Celsius. Sunset today is 6:15. Sunrise tomorrow 6:29. So just repeat the public forecast. Again, remember it's valid for today and tonight for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Conditions are expected to be generally fair. So, Andrew, that's all for me. It's back to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. You know, there's another song by Lord Nelson, a next big one too. Which is your other favorite? Let me hear you.
Well, there are so many. I like Foreigner.
That's a good one.
Yes, and of course, well, we know. I think the line competition. I think
that's a good one. The Nello's Calamity. You remember that one? That is the one where the bad belly take him on the plane.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big one, brother. That's a big one. But I think the other one to come with that one that I was just playing there is one called We Like It.
We Like It.
Yeah. Yes. Anyway, take care of yourself, eh?
And Disco Daddy. Huh?
And Disco Daddy, nice too. Okay.
Okay, man, all the best.
All right, good. Carl, you know something? All them people and them just saying, Andre, don't worry, no, we like it.
We like it. Let's get together say it's no crime to shake we behind. We still in with prime to let we have a good time. We like it. It's Western culture. We like it. We like it with plenty mixture. A little wine, little grind, little jump, little hump, little roll up your bum bum. A little prance, little dance, little ram, little jam, little roll up your bam bam. Little wine, little grind, little jump, little hump, little roll up your bum bum. Little prance, little dance, little ram, little jam, little roll up your bam bam. We like it. We like when weekend commence. We like it. We like we jamming hardest. To see man beating woman is not uncommon. Or white horning husband to mind she's sweet.
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody! Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Football is back. It will be a showdown between Spice and Reggae when our senior women's national team hosts the Jamaica Reggae Girl on Sunday, 20th February 2022 at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium in the CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers Road to Australia and New Zealand. Kickoff is at 5 p.m. Our limited tickets are $20 EC and will go on sale soon. COVID protocols will be in effect and all fans must be vaccinated to enter. Grenada versus Jamaica, CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers, Sunday, February 20th, 5 p.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Let's support our girls.
Show the world that we belong.
The Nawasa app brings the power of Nawasa's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. Nawasa, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Good morning, listeners, and welcome to another edition of WaterWise, a production of the National Water and Sewerage Authority, Nawasa. I am Wendy Chateau. In approximately 45 days, residents as far south as Hermitage in Carriacou will have access to pipe-borne water. This as a result of the Carriacou Water Supply Expansion Project, for which the official sod-turning ceremony was held on February 9th. As we have been sharing with you on recent programs, the approximately $700,000 project is extending the water supply from Nawasa's existing water storage tank at 6 Roads through to Hermitage. This morning, we bring you comments from Board Director, Mr. Dexter Legard, from the official sod-turning.
On behalf of the Chairman of the National Water and Sewerage Authority, Mr. Anthony McLeish, I am happy to stand here today to represent the Board of Directors of NAWASA at this official sod-turning ceremony for the expansion of the water supply to rural areas of Carriacou. This certainly is a memorable day for NAWASA and Carriacou. As a resident of Carriacou myself, and being directly in the part of this important project, I must commend the management and staff of NAWASA for the decision to invest in Carriacou over the past 5 years. Personally, I am overjoyed to see the continued expansion of this project. Many may not be aware, but I was part of a team back then that was given the task to take this project off the ground when it first started under the Ministry of Carriacou and Pitimatic Affairs. I can recall the many hours of meetings that was held with both residents from Carriacou and Pitimatnik and the funding agencies, especially 5Cs. And so I am elated to see that the project did not stop there, but continues to expand. As a board, we support capital expansion into areas where the supply of pipe-borne water is adversely affected during the dry or rainy season for various factors. This expansion in Carriacou will improve water supply to the south of the island and has been long awaited. It is the tip of the iceberg. This project shall address our island's ability to withstand periods of extended droughts. We all know the struggles arising from climate change. It also supports quick recovery in the aftermath of any natural disasters like hurricanes. The pipeline shall be extended from the 100,000-gallon water storage tank at 6 Roads towards the northwest through Lauriston, then on to Leicester and Hermitage to the south of the island with the installation of over 14,000 feet of pipes. In addition, there will be the installation of 2,000 feet 4-inch express force main line from our distal plant at Seaview to the Princess Royal Hospital.
Board Director Mr. Dexter Legard, we will of course continue sharing snippets from the ceremony with you on upcoming programs. And that's our program for this morning. Until next time, I am Wendy Chateau on behalf of the entire team at NAWASA, wishing you a fantastic day.
The NAWASA app brings the power of NAWASA's customer service experience to you. Instant, conversational, and smart. Easy access anywhere. Get bill balance, transaction history for up to 6 months, report a fault, link to websites, view payment centers, contact information, push notifications, and multi-tenant accounts, all in a secure login platform. Like a self-service concierge app, mobile.nawasa.gd gets you the support you need much faster. Available on both Android and iOS platforms. mobile.nawasa.gd, your customer support companion. NAWASA, committed to meeting customers' needs.
Darling, would you like some tea? I've made your favorite.
Well, thank you, darling. I'm here finishing my blog post to help homeowners understand their electricity bills. The left side of your bill shows the rates for electricity and the government charges. The middle portion shows the number of units you've consumed, plus the history of your usage over the last 8 months. And the right side shows how much you're being charged.
I really think people are going to value this information.
Grenlec, energizing our...
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access, and I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner, they collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now. They have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise any.
Where you walk, what you say, when you talk, where you go, where you walk, what you say, when you talk.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Where you go when you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, careful.
Don't making joke. Don't making joke. Don't making joke. That's a new song in your car. Another one? I don't making joke.
But you spoke of a few songs from Lord Nelson. And the main song, talk about it.
Which one?
When he so for Shakespeare, he makes suit for omelette. Up to now, he don't make a mistake yet.
Like King Liar?
Yeah, but he has sing that.
King Liar.
But how do you and the guy was discussing songs and the biggest one of them all you don't speak of?
The interesting thing is that I'm wondering, let me do a double check here quickly. Because that may be a song that I do not have in my repertoire. Is that the only thing?
So you don't have that song in your lion log?
No, just
like... But all the time I come in here to have a lion log, yeah, but I got to downgrade it to catalog.
No, man.
Yeah, man.
No.
That catalog thing, man. Yeah. Lion log supposed to have everything. When you talk about catalog, you're missing some.
Oh, you ever hear about Sammy's twins?
Man.
Ask your question.
Yeah, but...
Right. So let's leave that right there now.
No, man.
Yeah. You ever hear about Stella?
I did boosting up the thing here. Every time I go talking about them, I say Andrew have a lion log down there. Look at now. The man put it in catalog.
What's wrong with you? Can't get now find you trying to disrespect.
No, I just speaking the thing.
No, you must not do that, man. You mustn't do that.
I just speaking the thing, man. If the man so for Shakespeare for omelette and so suit for Shakespeare and up to now he don't make a mistake yet. The other man tell him what, well, them kind of thing and them you're talking about that he knew that don't making sense. Just show the guy, just show him when the man pass.
No, Carl. That is the only lie you remember? No, man.
I know how to go best fisher, man.
You know what that one too?
Yes.
But I find you kind of downgrade me, and I really and truly don't like that, Carl. I doesn't treat
but
you
I
that way.
expect you to have a lion log here, not a catalog.
I have a lion log. I have that.
Thing like saying you don't think you're that, I mean, like catalog, man.
No. I find you're just trying to discredit your brother.
Nah, I just want you to get on par.
I stand by you through thick and thin. And all that you trying to disrespect Andre.
But if your good friend, I will tell you as is.
But you know not live where you do here. What happened, you baby? Like I NDC or?
Like what?
NDC.
Nah, boy.
Then that just boss up the business.
NDC is more hype without substance, man. Why I say they are substance?
Boy. But no, man. You see, sometimes, all right, man. Okay, friends, let me tell you what happened. The extension gets so extended these days that we do different things, right? Sports is Brandon and Brandon is sports, right? Good. Now, here what happened? GFA had a football thing coming, right? You have that, Brandon? You need to hang up that phone outside, eh? Okay. Right. So we just lock it inside of here, Brandon. And then you hang up outside so the person here. So sports is Brandon sports, and GFA and Brandon tight. So we just lost. Carl, did you know that we just lost to the Dominican Republic? 9-0? That was a...
I didn't know the score. What
that was a trouching boy. Unfortunately so. But it is what it is. So there's another match this weekend, I think, playing against the...
Jamaica on Sunday.
On Sunday? Is playing Jamaica? Yes. Right, they're playing Jamaica on Sunday. So to tell us a bit about it, about what's going down, how you getting into the stadium and all of that, I decided, you know what, the best person to do, I let Brandon, because I sports, so let Brandon handle his end. So that's why we could just, for a little moment, a little 15 minutes, whatever, depends on how much he needs, we're going to turn the extension over to Brandon. Carl Caton, but before I turn it over to Brandon, let me just put you to shame. You hear that?
Well, you have a lion dog.
I am the best. You understand? Right, we're going to deal with that after Brandon finish, right? Good. Anyway, so folks, stay with us. Brandon's going to be taking care of you for the next couple of minutes. This is Real FM Radio.
A pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Good morning, Miss Murray. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm pretty fine today. It's a good day. It's going to be a good day.
It's a good day. And why you say that, Miss Murray?
Well, first of all, I woke up. I have the breath of life. I gave thanks and just ready to go through the day.
Okay. Well, let's get right into it because we know it's a busy schedule this morning and we don't want to keep you. So let's get right into it. Our national women's team is currently taking part in the CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers. We played our first game on Wednesday, and unfortunately, we lost. Ms. Murray, just tell us about the CONCACAF Qualifiers for people who don't know what the qualifiers are.
All right. So Grenada is participating in the CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers, and it is our association in this part of the world. It's our CONCACAF qualifications for the FIFA Women's World Cup. So each area will have its own qualifiers, UEFA, Oceania, and so on. So this is our part of the world. And the campaign for our senior women's team, our Spice Girls, began, as you said, on Wednesday. They traveled to the Dominican Republic, played there, and lost 9-0. So many people may look at the score, but I don't really like to look at scores. What I'm looking at is the development of our girls. So they've started off, maybe not a start as their counterparts in the region, but I'm looking at it as development, them moving from strength to strength, and hopefully the GFA being able to keep engaging them so that they can get better. Because in other parts of the world, you see girls and boys moving from the grassroots level, and there's a pathway up to the senior level. And by the time they get to the senior level, they have many years of football under their belt. So that is what we need to do. And hopefully we continue to engage these young ladies so that they can become better and better, because there is a wealth of talent. There is a wealth of talent. I saw some talent during the match. There's lots of things to work on, but we really want to stay positive, and I like to use the analogy of coal, right? Before coal turns into a diamond, it has to go through a number of processes. So our girls are really diamonds in the rough, and once we continue to work with them, they will get better.
Okay, our second match is against Jamaica on Sunday. Set us the scene for on Sunday, and are fans allowed?
Right. So the second match in the CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers campaign for Grenada will be this Sunday at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium at 5 p.m. and we are playing the Jamaica national team. So it should be a really good matchup. Having the Jamaica team here, we know how well the Jamaica football team has been doing. So it's a great opportunity to come out and watch football. Football is back. The Ministry of Health has allowed us a limited number of fans. So tickets are on sale now if you want to get your ticket to beat the rush, because, as I said, we're allowed a limited number of fans. COVID protocols will be in place, and patrons must be fully vaccinated against COVID-19 to enter. So we're really looking forward to this Sunday at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium, 5 p.m., and we're calling it Spice versus Reggae, our senior girls facing the Jamaica national senior team.
Okay, and that's fully vaccinated fans at the stadium?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Where can tickets be purchased, Ms. Murray, and what's the price?
All right, so tickets are available now at the Grenada Football Association headquarters, and that's at Queen's Park. Unfortunately, we do not have any other ticket outlets, but also rest assured you can purchase on the day, and tickets are $20.
Okay, and an interesting fact about the match on Sunday. I know Mr. Vin Blaine, he's leading the team this time around, and he was the technical director at the Grenada Football Association for a while. So would you see this match as a homecoming for Mr. Vin Blaine?
Well, yes, you can consider it a homecoming of sorts, because he was here for just about probably 2 years as the technical director, and he's back in Jamaica where he is from originally. So, we always welcome him on Grenadian soil, and it should be interesting in terms of him leading the Jamaican team and coming up against Grenada.
Okay, and we're speaking about women's football here. Ms. Murray, tell us about Grenada Football Association investment in women's football.
All right, thank you. So basically, it's a FIFA mandate, and for all the member associations, the pledge is to pump and invest more into women's football. And the Grenada Football Association is on that track. Last year, previously we moved from 0 competitions, and last year there were actually 2 competitions for women. So moving from 0 to 2, we had the 7v7 Women's League won by Boca Juniors. And then we had the Women's Festival, also won by Boca Juniors. And those 2 competitions were held last year. And some of the talent identified in those leagues transitioned actually into the senior national women's team. So it's all about more investment, more competitions for women, more opportunities such as scholarships. Women can aspire to be coaches in football. They can aspire to be administrators, such as a general secretary. So many opportunities and initiatives, and we just want to ensure that women are in football every step of the way.
Okay. Speaking there, Ria Murray, GFA Media Officer, and we're talking about the CONCACAF Women's Championship. Grenada is playing on Sunday against Jamaica. What's the time for the start of the game, Ms. Murray?
Right. So the match kicks off at 5 in the afternoon.
Okay. And just before we wrap up, I think, do you have any last word before we go?
All right. So I just want to encourage all of us, if you can make it down to watch our girls play, to give them encouragement. Come out if you can once you're fully vaccinated. Purchase your tickets and come out on Sunday at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from 5 p.m. to witness our girls playing Jamaica. And, just be there, encourage them, and let's go out and show that we belong, show what we're made of as the Spice Island.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I wish you a blessed day today, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, that was Ria Murray, GFA Media Officer, and we were discussing the CONCACAF Women's Championship. Grenada is playing on Sunday. And guys, yeah, come out, support our girls, support one of the national program. Come out and support the team. And this is me signing off. I'll hand you back to Mr. Donald. Guys, have a good day.
It's a hungry world out there, with everybody scrambling to get a share. Wolves in sheep clothing, birds of prey waiting to swoop down on you, and there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta
Ozone really gets it clean. Get with the Ozone family line of products. Ozone liquid laundry detergent. Perfect for your semi or fully automatic washing machines. Yet suitable for your hand wash. Soft on your hands. Ozone disinfectant cleaner. It's the most powerful disinfectant and cleaner with a long-lasting fresh scent. Tackles every job around the house or office. Ozone detergent powder and ultra soft fabric softener gets your clothes clean with a natural freshness, keeps your colors bright. Choose from the wonderful scents, soft flower, ocean breeze, and the new aloe vera. Keep your kitchen sparkling clean with the Ozone dishwashing liquid, Ozone sponges and cleaning cloth. Ozone toilet bowl cleaner removes lime scale and kills germs while giving your toilet a refreshing scent. Ozone really gets it clean. Marketed and distributed by Calico, Frequente St. George's, and are available at shops and supermarkets nationwide.
Who wants to save 30%? Everybody. Now more than ever, Flow understands the need to make your dollar stretch. Our new bundles can help you save 30% off your current bill. Plus, get a free speed upgrade on your in-home internet. Simply add your mobile to your current home services account and save 30%. It's easy. Sign up now and save. All on the most reliable fixed and mobile network on island. Visit a Flow store or call us at 1-800-804-2994 for more information. Flow, it only gets better. Terms and conditions apply.
Football is back. It will be a showdown between Spice and Reggae when our senior women's national team hosts the Jamaica Reggae Girls on Sunday, 20th February 2022 at the Kirani James Athletics Stadium in the CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers Road to Australia and New Zealand. Kickoff is at 5 p.m. Our limited tickets are $20 EC and will go on sale soon. COVID protocols will be in effect and all fans must be vaccinated to enter. Grenada versus Jamaica, CONCACAF Women's Qualifiers, Sunday, February 20th, 5 p.m. at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Let's support our girls.
Show the world that we belong.
Darling, would you like some tea? I've made your favorite.
Well, thank you, darling. I'm here finishing my blog post to help homeowners understand their electricity bills. The left side of your bill shows the rates for electricity and the government charges. The middle portion shows the number of units you've consumed, plus the history of your usage over the last 8 months. And the right side shows how much you're being charged.
I really think people are going to value this information.
Grenlec, energizing our...
M&M Hardware Limited, Hope St. Andrew and Dusty Highway St. George. Shop conveniently for all your building materials including plumbing, electrical, lumber, cement, steel and much more. We manufacture roofing sheets available in 11 colors, aluminum windows, doors, inset screens and hurricane shutters. Installation services are available for all our manufactured products. Our opening hours are Monday to Friday 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. M&M Hardware Limited. Come on in and experience our affordable prices or call us 444-6757 or 440-6757 Dusty Highway. Email us at info@mahonhardware.com or mnmdusty@mahonhardware.com. M&M Hardware, foundation to roof. Let's build together.
The Housing Authority offers products that people can choose from, products that people can access, and I think anyone looking to build, just call the Housing Authority of Grenada. The service was superb. Every step of the way, they collaborated with the owner They collaborated with the builder. The builder himself was really good. For what I've seen them do, I have to say that from buildings they have done in the past to where they are now, they have come up to speed with modern trends, modern designs, and I think I will advise anybody.
Mama tell me, since a baby, don't pass people just so. When you into big hole, don't play proudy. Tell them howdy. I say, what's the reason, mommy? Is then she tell me, she say, all I we is one family. 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 Hold tight, rock right, jump so, then we run the go. Jump tight, rock tight, rock so, man is easy to go. You can't doubt me. Facts is history. Old time people will know how we come to be so bound together. One another. Nothing could separate we from sins in slavery. They say, all are we is one family. 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 When he building, or she planting,
Boy, lad.
everybody helping.
Guess what? It's 8 o'clock. Now let me tell you something, yeah? That is a nice song. And the interesting thing is that I speak about songs that simply they say, where's my phone? Carl, have you seen my phone? Oh, okay, it's over there. Carl, you got my phone. Thank you very much. You want to keep it? No. Thank you. Now listen to this. Very important is the fact that we've had through the years, there was a time in Grenada's history. Carl, you with me here on that one? Let me make sure that you're with me. And I know something you just drift off and leave your brethren and just drift off.
I'm right here.
Good. There was a time back in the 70s when Grenada got his road march from Trinidad. Yeah? Whatever song was the road march in Trinidad, incidentally was the road march here. All right. So we've gone through that process and that no longer happens. But to me, the first real road march that we had, that continues to be a road march because it is played not almost, it's played every day here on Real FM at a particular time. And other stations do it, other entities do it, the police do it. Imagine the police have a road march, you know. Carl,
Yeah.
did you even know that?
No.
You want me to prove it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no big deal. you agree that that is a road march?
Yeah.
Come on, brethren, I need you with me, man. Don't you give me kind of answer like if you know would you agree that that is a road march?
Yes, Andre.
Right, good. I like I like attention. So just give me what I like. No, here's what. That road march car was started in 1974.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas over Blackett and Louis Massanto, they were the ones over Blackett did the lyrics.
Louis what?
Massanto.
Okay.
Louis Massanto. He did the music to that particular road march. And that was given to us through the workings of Sir Eric Matthew Gary. He fought for that, not single-handedly, but his political party fought for that and was able to do so and get that back in 1974. Carl, what is interesting and synonymous with that is that today, the 18th day of the second month, 2022. Today, Carl, the 18th day of the second month, 2022. Keaton, you know that today's your man's birthday?
Full 100.
He would have been 100 years.
Full 100?
Full 100, yeah. Keaton, that is not a joke to you. Happy birthday, Sir Eric. Happy birthday. But to do all this, and because I don't think we can do justice to that, Carl, you and I think we have to bring in the man who can do justice to this, who can speak.
Off and speak to.
Off and speak to. Mr. Brave Boy. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, Sir Andre. Good morning to you.
Everything good?
Yeah. Good morning to Sir Carl. That's what I was calling him, Sir Carl. The blind. Yeah, Sir Carl.
What's up, man?
I'm okay.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you very kindly for inviting me, Andre.
Yeah, it's really, and you know, it's all coincidental. I've invited you here so very often. And imagine that the day you decide you're going to come is the day that is Sir Eric's birthday.
It was not planned. I spoke to you last week, and you told me, can you come Friday morning? Yeah. I say no problem. I know I have some time. But then as I go through my pages and the annals of history, then I realized this is a coincidence. I mean, what better time to go to the studio than on the 18th of February?
Happy birthday to the great man.
It's for happy birthday to Sir Eric.
Yeah. Wow.
And Andrew, if you notice, I'm clearly in the Union jersey.
But yeah, I'm seeing you wearing, let's get that straight, GMMIW, the Grenada Manual Mental and Intellectual Workers Union.
Yeah.
Why that today? Or because it is his birthday? Is that it?
Definitely so, Andrew. Because you have to understand, it is the struggle of this union, the Grenada Manual and Mental Workers Union that it was formerly called, which was formed by Sir Eric in 1950 after he returned from Aruba in 1949, And so I've armed myself with two things, the union jersey and a national flag.
Yeah, well, you can see the flag on the table there where you have it.
So what I want to highlight here is from the inception of Sir Eric Matthew Gary as the president of the union into the prime minister of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
So from union
president
to
prime minister.
The prime minister took the nation through independence.
Yes.
Wow. A lot for a great man. Tell us a bit about Sir Eric. What do you know about him?
Okay. Well, so Eric was born in the Dunfermline area on the 18th of February 1922 to Douglas and Teresa Gary. As a young man, so Eric started his adult life as a teacher at the Lafayette RC School of St. Mary's RC School as it is called, and he taught there for 3 years, then migrated to Trinidad, left Trinidad and went to Aruba and worked with the Lago Company. And it was from that company, he learned trade unionism and the importance of trade unionism and returned to Grenada in 1949 and started his union in 1950.
Do you know anything about the beginnings of the union?
Well, the beginning of the union, if you look at the what we refer to as a genesis, what was the cause for the formation of such union? Because there was quite a number of other unions in Grenada. You know, you had the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Union, the Grenada Union of Teachers, you know, the Grenada Workers Union. But unfortunately, for a group of workers who was marginalized, they was never represented by those unions. And then you refer now to the people who work on the estates, whom they call laborers. You look at the people who clean in the sanitation now, they call them scavengers at the time. And the people who maintain the road, we call them travel workers. So there was a group of insignificant people, you know, which form a large core of the Grenadian working force. But these people were marginalized, and what we refer to as, they were among the most oppressed group of the country, unrepresented. And therefore, the Grenada Manual and Mental Workers Union saw the need for this group of people to be represented. Thus was the birth of the Grenada Manual and Mental Workers Union.
You speak about the scavengers. Do you remember the name of the parent company at that time? There was a name printed on the sides of these trucks.
I remember Keep the City Clean.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. And then they call it Garbage Collector.
Yeah.
Yes, Keep the City Clean.
Keep the city clean.
Yeah.
And they operated more than likely just in the city at that particular point in time. You did not find them in rural parishes like St. Patrick and St. Mark.
No.
I don't know how these people got rid of their garbage, but they did.
Well, it was handled by the household. They would maybe dig a hole somewhere around the house and they suppose, rather than cover it, and sometimes like something like that, So, and then there was a separation, between what could be organic, could be go back into the lands and things like that, So there was a separation of those stuff. But so most significantly, Andre, is that so Eric was able to get this group of workers to be unionized, and they call him Uncle Gary. So he had a title from Oli, apart from being president. But the way he lent his self, into the feelings of these people, and what he was fighting for was a just cause, And so the union, and it is today, February 18th, the birth date of Sir Eric Martyr Gary. However, the first national strike in Grenada was called on the 19th of February 1951.
The day after his birthday.
Day after his birth date. And you want to understand, you're talking today about youths in politics and youth in struggle. So Eric was not yet 30, 27, 28 when he started that movement. So if he was born if he was 22, not 50, and in 1950 he'll be 28. And to start such a movement at that point in time, at that age, it tells you the ability of such a man.
But two things here. But first, let's deal with the fact that Sir Eric was only between 27 and 30 when that first strike took place, correct?
Yes, 28.
No. What is important to note is that here is a man who was involved in the politics of the island, but he was gaining experience by organizing.
Yeah.
He didn't just jump in and say, okay, fine, I got this and did this. He speak to us about the experience he was gaining, because you just spoken about the union. What else?
Yeah, because you see, he understood that there was a situation in Grenada coming from some experience which he gained in Aruba and in Chaguaramas on the American base which he worked, that was just about during the end of World War II. So he was able to come back home and to organize this group of people. And we must take into consideration here, Andre, right? Who, like I said before, who was this group the most marginalized, And so there was not even a work stoppage time, especially for the women who work on the estates and what we call the Bukian women. It was when that task was over, they would go home at 7 or 8 o'clock in the night, And so having now found a leader, also someone who could lead you into, a new aspect of your life. That was the hallmark of the union. What that did, it changed the socio-economic and political demographic of this country. Understanding too, at this point in time, the other unions, although they existed, but they were under the ambit of the legislator, because the legislator was the estate owner, and they were the policy maker.
Oh.
You understand?
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So there were judge, juror, executioner.
Half a dozen and six.
Half a dozen and six. So the union that going to break this monopoly is the GMMW, because they refuse to acknowledge the Grenada Manual and Mental Workers Union under Sir Eric, saying that they are other bargaining bodies. But this group, which he now represents, never was unionized. It never was represented. They was the marginalized, the oppressed. And like I said before, those who make the laws was the same employers. So that was the nature of the piece. So when Sir Eric approached the employers about the situation of the workers, they did not recognize him, because they were saying that we have other unions. But he said, no, I am representing a group of people who are unrepresented, and you must recognize my union as the bargaining agent of these people. It was a hard task, So he had to call a strike. So about the 16th of February, Governor Arundel went on holiday. He was on holidays in England, and acting Governor G.C. Green was acting for him. The country at that point in time was politically charged, as one would say, and Green, recognizing what was happening, telegrammed to Arundel and say, trouble is brewing in Grenada, and the police force would not be capable of stopping what we are visualizing. So Arundel then called to Barbados. He informed the colonial secretary of what was happening here. So they informed Barbados, where they had a battleship line out there, the HMS Devonshire, to come to Grenada, for anything of the nature which Green has described. They will be able to assist the police force. The strike came on the 19th. The HMS Devonshire was here, and with the assistance of the police, they was unable to stop and oppress people who moved into the city to inform the people that we are tired with the type of condition we are working under, and we need better conditions. Because, so Eric told them that your wages cannot sustain you, right? Your days, your labor in the field, and the product that you are producing are selling for such high price on the world market, yet you are barely working for sustenance money. 39 cents for women, 42 cents for men on the estate at that point in time. And Sir Eric said, no, you cannot sustain yourself with these wages. So a bad working condition and wages was one of the main pillars for the strike.
What came out of the strike?
What came out from the strike is that the governor, Governor Arundel, returned from England, and he brought with him a labor relation officer, Mr. Balu, to negotiate with Sir Eric. Because in Grenada at the time, there was no person who had that level of experience in labor relationship, because there was never a strike of that magnitude in the country. So we did not have a resourceful person to deal with Sir Eric Matthew Gary at that point in time. So the strike has brought, like I say, changed the whole socio and economic status of the Grenadian workers of that class. They got increased wages, a stabilized time of work, and compensation, severance pay, holiday pays, and so forth. And so as a result of the success of that strike, which lasted about a month, into 5 weeks, that the leadership of the union, so Eric Matthew-Gary and Gaston Blaise, all the time you don't hear about this man Gaston Blaise, but he was the general secretary. As you don't understand his name. He lived opposite Jerry Pops there in Grenville. Gaston Blaise.
Okay.
And if you was in Grenville in youth time, right in the front of the market there, going in on Toast in the Spring Street, he had a little parlor they called the Hole in the Wall.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, the little wall below. Wood not was the last person that was there before they demolished it for Hole in the Wall.
Yeah.
He was the general secretary. And Gaston Blaise was the first union leader in Grenada to be arrested and locked up. After they locked up Blaise, so Eric went to the station to see what his Blaise condition. He too was detained, put on the HMS Devonshire, and he was sent to Carriacou.
So that's how he ended up in Carriacou?
Yes.
Because I always heard that he was in Carriacou, and I used to think that he went to Carriacou.
No, he did not go there voluntarily. He was arrested, and he was sent to Carriacou, and that is when hell broke out.
Why do you think he was sent to Carriacou?
Because as a leader...
Why Carriacou, yeah.
As the leader of the strike, if we exile this man, then, we could have control over his people, because they would be... Without a leader, they will lock up the two leaders.
Mm-hmm.
So that seems to be the thing.
Did Blaise go to Carriacou too?
No, they left Blaise in Grenada.
And sent Eric to
Carriacou.
Did they send him, was he...
Top Hill. He went into the other government facility at Top Hill. That's where he was.
So he was like under house arrest or something?
House arrest, yes.
In Carriacou?
In Carriacou.
What happened after that?
Well, the matches started light. And that strike has the name Sky Red, because you have arrested our leaders, and so the people say, we are not satisfied, and that is where hell broke out. And they had to send for another battleship, the HMS Snipe, because HMS Devonshire, with all the Marines and so forth, and the police force, was not able to stop the will of an oppressed people. They were unable. So Arundel had to return from England, and he was instructed to get Eric out of exile and to deal with him personally with the labor relation officer. And that is what brought the end of the strike, the increased payments for workers, and change the whole socio-economic status of that group of workers. So it is important that unions in Grenada today, because of that first national strike, we have today what call that unions are being liberated per se. You have to look at Sir Eric Matthew-Gary as the liberator of working class people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. You also have to remember too that 4 people lost their lives in that strike. In St. David, there's a monument in the
Latan Junction.
Latan Junction.
I know of a monument there, yes.
Yeah, and these people were gunned down on the 13th of March, 1951. Agatha Fraser, Snell Fraser, and John Duncan. So you could refer to them as the martyrs of that social revolution, And you had one person in the Budgegrove area. Eric Matthew was also killed by police in our area.
Eric Matthew?
Yes, in Budgegrove.
That's another Eric.
Yeah, in the Budgegrove area.
Okay.
And so 4 people lost their lives. But significantly, Andrew, you must realize that that 4% of Grenada who control the whole economic strata of the country, that strike changed That entire policy. And one could say it changed the power of these of the plantocracy. You know, that has changed the power of the plantocracy. So Eric Gary could never have been liked by that group.
It's interesting there that you mentioned a phrase that is synonymous to today. Carl, did you recognize it? Carl? Tell me, we ain't on television, bro. We're on radio, so shaking your head doesn't say anything. Did you recognize the phrase?
The plantocracy?
No. He said that 4%. Yeah. Now, 4% is a synonymous thing today.
The 4%.
The 4% for the teachers and the what and the what.
Yes,
so again, 4% seems to be coming through the years. A lot of things seems to be coming through the years, you know.
Yeah.
And the 4%, Carl, that time, they could not control the people.
No.
The 4%, however, this time, not that it controls people, no, it doesn't. But what it did is that it showed that government respected its decisions or the agreements made with the workers by ensuring that they got their 4%. Anyway.
Yeah. because see, Andre, that was the group who were franchised there. Mm-hmm. It was not because you see, it was not until the ending of 1951, October 10th, that when you had adult suffrage, that the entire population over 21, regardless to your socioeconomic status, that you were able to vote in an election to determine who would govern your country. And so on October 10th, 1951, with 8 constituencies, the GLP won 5 of those constituencies. And that was the turning point in the political sphere for our country.
Synonymous here.
Yeah.
That Eric Gary would have won only after he would have been involved in organizing and gaining experience as to how to deal with people, correct?
Yes. You know, that's correct. And the GLP, the first political party in Grenada, you know, like I say, the union gave birth to the party, and the party was the first political party in Grenada. Everybody in the legislative council at the time, they ran independently. That 4%. And if we should go back a little bit, right? In the earlier period, when even though that you had to be 21 years to vote and you had to have substance, and as you know, I mean, you have to be at the upper echelon. You be an estate owner, entrepreneur, academia. That women were not able to vote before 1925. And then the representation had to go to England to make provision for women. And women was able to vote at the age of 30. In the first election in 1925, when they voted, they had to be 30 years, and they had to match the male counterparts with resources, academia, and so forth. You know, so a number of things has happened to bring us today. But continue with Eric Gary. No, we have to look at it. So Eric Matthew Gary is the only political leader in Grenada who was defranchised. In the election of 1957, with the 8 constituencies, so he ran in the parish, St. George. Okay, let's look at the constituency.
Yeah, the 8.
The 8,
yes.
All right?
The 8. The 8 again, a synonymous, a familiar number, Carl, because the NNP won 8-7.
In 1995, June 20th, all right? So you had 8 constituencies. St. Patrick, St. David, St. Mark, St. John was one constituency.
Okay.
Yes, St. John, St. Mark, right? St. Andrew, North and South.
Okay.
St. Andrew, North and South. The parish and the tongue of St. George. So the tongue was separated from the parish. T.A. Marisho, who never was a member of any political party, always ran independently, and he controlled the tongue. And I'm not certain at that point in time that the tongue was extended to River Road.
You're not certain it did reach there.
That
it probably just reached by the silk cotton tree.
It could have been just by Wilberforce
Yeah.
there, and you know that block, because Tantin was not even established in that period.
That's true. That's true.
So they were not even at Tantin. You know, today we have Tantin Terrace, and you have Tantin this, and you know what I mean, and Luther's Lane, and blah blah blah. You understand? So you understand that he controlled that small block, and so Eric ran in the parish. Now, in 1957 was the first time that the GOLP was challenged by other political parties. You must have heard that Carlton Junction is the mecca of politics in the
That's
and the leader of the political party emerged from there. Franklin Carlisle Noel, the owner of Balthazar Estate, then his father.
Oh, okay.
You understand? So they formed a political party called the PDM, People's Democratic Movement, on with Carlisle Noel, LCJ Thomas, L.A. Postle, Bowman Campbell. Those are the upper echelon of the society, where the middle class formed another group called the GNP with Dr. John Watts and Hubert Blaise. And you had two brothers, which I will call them the Winty Party, them Alexander brothers. They formed the Grenada Federated Labour Party. So that 1957 election, so Eric was defranchised. It was said that, that a steelman from Belmont, who was his supporters, went to Lamode and broke up a meeting of L.A. Postle. So Eric was charged. They were, you know, anything about Gary, and you're doing with the colonial office, he gone.
Yeah, he gone.
So Eric was defranchised, and for the election, then, so Eric invited a G.E.D. Klein to lead the party for the elections of 1961 because he was defranchised. The constituencies now increased from 8 to 10. So the parish of St. George was divided into north and south. And St. Mark was separated from St. John. So St. Mark and St. John run the first election in 61 as independent constituency. So LCJ Thomas was the last elected member of the Legislative Council who represented St. John, St. Mark. And Hubert Pridham was the first independent representative of St. John, and A.O. Forsyth in St. Mark. And they both ran under the Labour Party, under the leadership of G.D. Klein. The only political party in Grenada, up till this day, where the leader was unable to contest an election and still won that election under a different leader. That tells you the strength of the Grenada United Labour Party. That the leader was defranchised, but the party was able to win that election.
How much did they win by? Because it was 10 seats at
It
that
was
time.
10. I think it was 8-2 or 7-3 because I know St. Patrick, Kopi won, and Blaze won in Carriacou. And the town.
That would have been Marisho still?
No. Marisho, was Doc Mitchell. Marisho had passed.
Right.
Yeah, Marisho had passed, so it had to be Doc.
So it was 7-3.
Yeah. But interestingly, let us look at that thing from 1957 Mandry, right? Now, in 1958, a new act was passed in the British Parliament that we would now move legislators to ministers, because legislators they were not paid. They were only given a stipend when they attended
Parliament.
Legislative Council at the time. Okay, right, yes, so they call it Parliament. And the country was run by the Executive Council under the leadership under the presidency of the governor. But the political point I want to make here, that in the election of 1957, we had a number of parties got seats. So the GLP got 2 seats. So Eric won in the parish, and Joseph Gibbs, who is the father of our fourth Governor General Daniel Albino, he won St. David. And the PDM, they won 2 seats. They won St. Mark, St. John, and South St. George. And not South, but South St. Andrews, with Colonel and St. Thomas. And you had 2 independent candidates. That was the last time an independent candidate won an election in Grenada. So T.A. Marshall won in the town, and R.K. Douglas won in North St. Andrew. That act of 1958 would now take us to Parliament. Because before we had a parliament or we had ministers, everything in the country pertaining to government was a department. So a Department of Health, the Department of Sports, everything went under another department. So from 1958 to 1959, you had what they call a quasi-parliament. So those legislators were brought into the departments so as to be trained to be ministers. How did that parliament convene? How did our leadership came about? How was Howard Blaze managed to be chief minister of that at that time? Is that the St. Patrick and Carriacou with the GNP candidates, the 2 PDM of Carlisle Noel and LCJ Thomas, R.K. Douglas and T.A. Marshall joined. So they amalgamated to form that first government. And so Howard Blaze became chief minister in Grenada on the 1st of January 1960. That is when ministries was established.
Chief minister?
Chief minister.
Not premier?
No. We became premier at statehood when the statehood was granted, right? And after his defeat, because that was just a few months, and after his defeat by the GOLP, then G.E.D. Klein became the second chief minister. So Eric then regained his franchise and contested the South. I don't know if you remember a guy called Joshua Thorne.
I heard that name.
Well, Joshua,
I can't say I remember the person.
Joshua Thorne was the first representative of South St. George. So Joshua Thorne stepped down, or he resigned, and the by-election was called. Obviously, you know who the winner going to be. In the cane belt. No, I mean in the cane belt, because the South was referred to as the cane belt. You know, that was referred to as the cane belt. So then, so Eric came in back to government, became chief minister, and that was the casualty of that government. It was Adolphus Corner Media.
Eric Gary's government.
Yes, in 1960. Now, look at it from the political standpoint. After the collapse of federation, okay, and the dissolvement of the Gary administration, Grenada was then at a political crossroad because the British government was trying to form a federation of the Little Eight, which did not succeed. So the theme of the election of 1962 was a unitary state with Trinidad and Tobago or a federation of the Little Eight, because the British government sent in another Secretary of State, Mr. Greenwood, and he would now replace Lord Hills, because Lord Hills was the Secretary of State before the Federation, and he became governor of the Federation. So after the Federation collapsed, then it was necessary to send back another Secretary of State of the colonies. And I just want to make another point here, Andre. No, you have a water system here called Glenelg Spring Water, right?
Glenelg, yeah.
And Glenelg, he was a Secretary of State, and he lived in that place up there. He owned that estate.
Who's that?
Lord Glenelg. So you named the water after Lord Glenelg, who was a Secretary of State of the colonies. You don't look shocked, Andre.
I am kind of shocked because
this is not a name that they jump out from a cap. They must have done some research on this and they know. So they just named the water Glenelg. Find out from them. Where they got the name from?
Let's leave that. Let's leave that one there. So we're going to deal with it. Let's leave that one there. Great.
So,
but thanks for that info.
But no. So after like I said, Grenada was at the political crossroad at the time, and new elections had to be called, and so the GNP proposed a unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago, Well, the JLP proposed a federation of the Little Eight. The whole catch in the GNP thing is that with a unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago, you would receive the same salaries as your counterpart in Trinidad. You'll be able to go to Trinidad in a very easy way. Yeah, and at that time, we had 2 ships that was donated to the federation by the Canadian government under Pierre Trudeau, the federal palm and the federal maple.
Yeah.
So there was faring between the Caribbean, Jamaica, Trinidad,
But it's a story about around both of them being lost, or one being lost, correct?
One was lost in Trinidad. I think it's after Federation collapsed, it was there and it must have sunk. That was the palm. And I don't know what was the feet of the maple. Yeah, but at that time, there was that freedom of movement in the region. So the people of Grenada went for the GNP with the unitary state. A very, very, very hard fought election, because it was declared 5 hours at the preliminary, but at the end, McDonnell Welsh triumphed over Hubert Pridham by about 40 votes. So the GNP came into office in 1962 with a 6-4, and so in 1957 they would have lost the election. And that story about 1957, going back to that 4%, because in 1962 the symbol of the GNP was the broom, because they keep changing symbol. In 1967 they brought the symbol was the torch, and all the estate owners, they was using the trucks and everything going meeting, and people and their supporters going with massa and toe on the truck. Poor people started to cry again, oh God, back under the estate with this massa and toe again, that's what they want to bring for us. That was enough for the defeat of GNP. And they never regained office from 1967 until the overthrow of Sir Eric Matthew Gary in 1979. A champion of the poor and working class people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
The greater good for the greater number.
The greater good for the greater number. Can you imagine, Andrew, and when I look at some numbers, in areas where you have 3,000-4,000 people living, 20, 30 that could vote. And, and I want to make that point here. There is no such thing as non-government organization who is not affiliated to a political party. I want to draw the parallel. Here, Andre, okay? That the election of 1957, right? You had this lady here, Miss Betty Maskell. You had this woman here, Betty Maskell, okay? She was the commissioner of the St. John's Ambulance Brigade. And Betty realized that Arrow Williams.
Yeah, Arrow.
Arrow was in the lead in that election. So Betty contested the election independently, knowingly that she was well loved by the people. She was doing all her charity work through the St. John's Ambulance Brigade. So she contested independently, got 400 votes. Arrow lost by 200. So that's how Kopi won that election, because Marcel and Kopi, she brother-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
So you understand? So I'm making that point here. So when you hear people talk about, they are, non-governmental organization, non-aligned.
So this thing happening long.
That can happen. How Franca in a non-aligned movement became Minister of Education, and she was in a non-aligned movement, and they were not involved in politics. I mean, you have to understand.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah.
That's only one word to describe it. Hypocrisy.
How these people function. So you see, you in Grenada politics, you cannot dismiss, how Sir Eric Matthew Gary, as a 28-year-old going to 30 years, would have been able to come and change that socio-economic status of our people. You understand? And like we say, the operative word now is a parachuting. He didn't parachute. He took it from bottom up, from president of the union.
So he formed the union, became the president, And work from there.
And work from there.
He had a claim to fame.
So then he was a member of the union, a member of the legislative council, a member of parliament. He have sat on every top position in government, from a legislator to chief minister to premier, and take the country to independence. And then go into independence now. And I want people to stop saying this thing that we will flag or hoist in darkness. You cannot hoist a flag in darkness. And if you should have a flag flying in your house in the night, it must have light there, you must know that. So you cannot have a flag flying on your place, Andre, and there is no light on that flag.
That can't happen.
So for Kalisha Fire now, up to Notion Kill and Bob is saying, or he's saying in the narrative that our flag will hoist in darkness. The flag or hoist with light provided by a generator installed by Donovan, who was then working with the Ministry of Works. And you see, now, we have to look at that again. And I watch it at it, Andre, as I go through the annals of history. When Sir Eric came back into office in 1967, applied for independence for Grenada, in the British government said to Sir Eric, in order to get independence for your country, you must have fresh election. It must be part of your manifesto. You must get 66% or 66.6% of the parliament to qualify you. In 1972, the constituencies was extended from 10 to 15. So in St. Andrews South, that was divided into Southeast, Southwest. In St. Patrick here, which was only one, you have West, St. Patrick East, and St. Patrick West. In St. George, you had North and South, so that also became Northwest, Southwest, and the tongue. So that's how we come to our 5 constituencies in St. George, because the tongue is always separate from the rest of
the rest of them.
You understand? So that is come about. The GLP would win 13 of that 15 seats, losing one by one, 1884, 1885 to Winston Friday and Wellington Friday and Winston White.
Yeah.
Losing by one. That was the equation. The lowest margin ever.
You can't get lower.
Can't get lower. You don't have no seconds. You understand me? Yeah, you have no 30 seconds or 50 seconds. One vote. You come to a million times, one. So that brings us to the point now that independence was imminent based on the instruction of the British government at the time, which was followed by the GLP. It was not possible for opposition forces in Grenada to stop the independence. You look at the team who went to Marlborough House: Bernard Code, Howard Blaze, Ben Jones, Jack Deere, who was the constitutional attorney, and they were able to convince the British government that Grenada must not get independence under Eric Gary.
Stop. One of our chief revolutionaries, who would have done everything in his time to disassociate ourselves, meaning Grenada, from what is called the colonial
Westminster style.
Yeah, the colonial period.
And I'm speaking here of Bernard Code. Was a part of the team that was saying we do not want independence
under Eric Matthew Gary. So
so it comes back to today. We do not want changes in the Constitution under Keith Mitchell.
That's why I come to draw the parallel. You understand?
And the same set of people.
Same grouping. You don't want to, you see, and that is why it is important that sometimes we have to have those type of conversations so that our people understand, the periods we went through and how. And then you look at Dr. Mitchell, who is the only prime minister in Grenada that look like Sir Eric.
Melanin and everything.
You understand? So Bernard Code, you cannot dismiss Bernard Code from our political history?
No.
So Bernard Code now must have seen the fact that Blaise does not look at it as a kind of person that could take the country to where it like. So if I hang on to his coattail or his petticoat, I might emerge as leader of the GNP.
So Bernard Code,
he had the eyes on the prize a long time.
He's accustomed to playing second and wanting the prize.
Want the prize. So unless we have that kind of conversation and people understand where we were and who are the players and how now that what happened with he and Bish, could understand from what time he started his game.
He was just using men like ladders.
I'm flabbergasted. I don't know where. And 1 hour, which is what we planned, you're going to give you the 1 hour is not enough. But oh my God.
So now that brings us back. You see, and Andre, now independence now bring us back to the 4%. Who are the people here who protesting against Eric Gary? It's the same people who failed to take Grenada to a unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago, where Eric Matthew Gary succeeded in getting an independence for Grenada.
It seems that people fighting the present Prime Minister now.
They have not changed. But because the politics, because of the change in the entire socio and economic status and the change in the political demograph, they're not going to re-emerge in any short time. So they do not understand the dynamics of the politics. They don't understand the sociology of our people. And therefore, that is the state of affairs with them. But actually, I still want to make the point here, right? That the trade union, Technical and Allied Workers Union under Curtis Stewart.
Curtis Stewart, right?
Curtis Stewart, yes.
Yeah.
They realize that no, if we did not succeed in stopping the independence from Marlborough House in England, let us try to do it domestically. And so they shut down the country, 3-month strike, Chio go, Gary must go, change the country into darkness, with the hope of preventing the strike. And Curtis was the chairman of the Committee of 22 who was advocating that Grenada should not be an independent country. And you know, when I look at it today, the poor people who rally around Gary, they don't benefit their inheritance. You know. Today, independence come commercialized. They bring in all the merchandise. They're making the money, something they protested against.
Yeah. Big business.
Big business.
Big business was against it. And today, 48 years later, big business making the money from it.
But Andre, what is instructive to note based on what he just said, that is why big business and the likes are comfortable to call poor people children the names they just call them.
Right.
All the names they call them poor people children don't happen in knowing. Okay. They inherit that.
Yes.
So they're comfortable in the skin because they know even when poor people children fight for something, poor people children is not the set of picking the grips.
Because
them are picking it still.
Thank you, Sakal. You have to understand, right? That Gary was called illiterates.
So they call NNP now?
They call Garyites. They call Garyites illiterate. And then they label you say, he's a stinking Garyite.
Yeah. So that's how they call NNP now.
You understand me?
You understand what going on, Andre?
That's it. So it has not changed. Even, I mean, you know, let's take a lighter moment. You look at the, let me look at our women's soccer, all right? And you look at women, you look at the underwear women. And so women underwear could not even be called the same name as Masani daughter, you know.
No.
So poor people, estate workers, scavengers and things, their underwear was called a bamboo drawers. And they make that from tilile, checks and flour bag. When Massa was importing panties and silk and things from England. So when these laborers and these marginalized workers got increased salaries, now they were able to shop and buy the finer stuff, stepping panty. So when them women say uncle at because we panty, it's not derogatory, but it's because of how they were treated. You understand? and how that piece of garment changed the whole status quo.
That exactly give them confidence and self-esteem.
Boost their self-esteem.
It makes them feel like a person, because in the eyes of the others, we are only 3/5 of a man. And so Eric make you feel like a man and a woman.
Make you feel like a man and
and
a woman.
And they do that, and that goes on today. That's why they call it NNP people the same name.
I believe that's why I accept the invitation to come here. When I go back and say no. I was here a long time before I came upstairs. I make sure I came only. Because I've seen what man. This is an important thing. And we don't understand that the group in that fight, is the same group in that fight against independence. It's the same people that show Grenada into darkness. It's the same group of people who are they fighting for? What are their causes? What is that? What are their messages? You understand me? And you say, and Eric Gary was the envy. You can't get away from that. And I always say, is jealousy and envy that make Cain kill his brother Abel. And so Eric Martin Gary was the envy of political leaders. He was the envy of the status quo. And the same thing happened today, that Dr. Mitchell is the envy of the status quo. That there's a grouping who don't want to see nothing happen.
And that is the crux of the matter.
When I look at the literature of Michael de Lavestide, who was the first president of the CCJ, and everything they vote against. We don't want this, we don't want that, because it's going to happen under Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell.
Yeah.
So what is your case? But Andrea, the few minutes we have on this, going for independence of the 50th anniversary of independence, I would like to see, and I say first of all, I want to see that first national flag, the official flag of Grenada, which they have stuck away in the museum, that we could get a few copies, we must have it on display, or young people must know that what we have today is not the real McCoy.
Yeah, we have to know the real McCoy.
That's not the real McCoy. I was privileged to see and know the real McCoy.
But that's the first one. But I came upon one in New York.
Yeah.
That was given to a parliamentarian. Yeah. Given to his wife on his death.
Okay.
And the son ended up with it. And the son didn't even know what he had, and I don't think that the son knows what he did with it. And I speak here to the flag that was given to the wife of OAT, Rayburn.
OAT, yeah.
The flag was folded and given to her. Her son, their son, Chris, ended up with the flag. Because we're in New York and I see the flag and I'm like, Brethren, where you get this? This is not an ordinary thing,
No.
And he said to me, it came from X, Y, and Z place. And I said, Brethren, you don't even know how much this is worth. And I don't even think he knows what he did with it, Carl. Seriously. And because it feels different.
Authentic.
Different material. Different completely.
Material.
Yeah.
And when you look, you see everything that the flag was meant to be.
Yeah.
You're seeing that.
Yeah.
And that's the only time I believe I saw an authentic one like that close up. I never touched one again after that.
Even for this independence, right? I had another one from Trinidad, from flags and emblems to make them. And they do not have the authentic copy still. But I'm saying that we needed to have, our people need to see our independent flag. This thing does not represent us. I'm very adamant about it. That does not represent us.
That they could afford to play carnival with that. I know.
Yeah.
They could jump up with that.
Because they're not the authentic thing. And you talk about OAT. OAT was the first parliamentary representative of St. Patrick East. And, let's just look at St. Patrick for a while. You had W.E. Copeland, who was the first minister of trade and industry. You had RCP Moore, the first Speaker of the House. And RCP is a guy who left St. Patrick, came and ran in St. Andrew, ran in the town. He didn't know political boundaries.
And he never won.
Yes, he won in
Did
51. He was the first parliamentary representative for St. Patrick in 1951.
Oh, so he won in 51.
Yes.
I was thinking that he never won.
And the first time that Grenada, that ULP won Carriacou was also in 1951. Cyril St. Bernard Sylvester. And he was the shortest lived legislator. His wife, Mama Eva, then contested the by-election after his death.
And won.
And and won and became the first female legislator. And let me just stop me. That Sylvester family, Mama Eva and Cyril, is the grandparents of our present Governor General.
The more things change, the more they remain the same. Carl, is that a fair statement to make there?
Yeah.
The more things change, the more they remain the same. But I need to ask you this, and we need to go on to this. We can't have you here and not have you comment on this morning. Today's the 18th. What is significant about today other than the birthday of Eric Matthew Gary?
Well, like I said this earlier on this morning, that today, like I said, Grenada was politically charged in 2013. That was the eve of the demise of the National Democratic Congress. That day, February 19, was again when poor people will rise up against, I don't want to say an oppressive regime, but a regime who was unable to govern this country. And therefore, it was the second whitewash that the NNP was able to defeat the NDC for the second time. Because you see, and it's going to be difficult for the NDC to get back in office.
Why?
Because they destroyed their chances. And still today, the same thing that they did in Parliament is the same thing that is happening today. Come on. No. Let us look at that from a quick equation. And let us just look at Pollard and Puran. Pollard is the captain of one sector of West Indies team, and Puran is his vice captain. They're always on the field of play. In the absence of Pollard, Puran takes on the leadership. How come you could have a vacancy in South St. George when Will Roberts has indicated to you that he's not contesting? The new political leader lives in Southwest. How can you go to St. David and displace your deputy political leader, right? And you have in North St. Andrews a fight between Philip Alexander and Gloria Thomas. So I am saying having a fight here now would defranchise the NDC because they are not showing any stability in how they function, and it's going to be extremely. I have looked at the 7 they are proposing. I'm not hearing the message, and you look at it. Andal might end up as Holder. Holder took 4 wickets in the Fuller's delivery. Already been defeated 3 times, and to me, I don't see. I see he's facing a 4th defeat. So the parties there is not stable. It's not a stable organization. It's not a grouping that you could use to replace the stability of the NNP at this point in time, especially in how the world is today facing this pandemic. Like I say, you ain't take a guy from playing wind ball cricket with a critters wicket on the street and take him to open bat in a test match. If test match is the highest level of cricket, you want top ranking players, and to take somebody without no experience in politics and to tell me that on the 49th year, which would be the precursor to the 50th anniversary, that I could be prime minister. And they go
you've put it plain, frank, and simple. How do you take someone with absolutely no political experience. And in their first years, where they're trying to get to know the politics, not just the politics of the land, but the politics of the Caribbean, the politics of the world. They're trying to get to know it, to get a feel of it. And you take that person, you put them at the head of your political party, and you're looking to do so and have that person win the elections. Well, it will be chaotic, wouldn't it?
It would be chaotic, and I don't think that growing people is that kind of imbecile. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't which side of the fence you're on, but I mean, even the NDC supporters know. I mean, we are not on the right track.
Andre, and what is instructive to note, the same set of people who wants to govern here is so comfortable that the surrogates and so on demonize and call NNP people all kind of derogatory names. Yeah. Even advocating that they throw pee on them and call them march down, and they say nothing. They hear in all that and say nothing. And then they turn around and tell the same set of people who their surrogates are advocating so to do, support me to put me in power. How that go work?
It's just really difficult because I am hearing...
And they can't say they don't know, you know, Jay.
You know?
Let me do this. We're not sticking a pin. We're not pausing for a cause. We're stopping right here this morning.
Okay.
But I don't want you to go, because there is a piece I want to play. And I'm going to play it. It's about 12 minutes long.
Every time.
So right, we're going to play it and maybe pause here and there for comments based on what we hear. So what you need to do, there's a pair of headphones by you there. I think you need to put it on, give me an indication that you're hearing. You hearing me?
Yeah.
Good. If you're hearing me, then you will hear what I have to play. All right, Carl, are you ready?
Yeah.
Right. So let's get
I'm born already.
Let's go. Let's get this one going. This is a conversation that was held between Callisto Faria, your same friend, yeah. Callisto Faria, and Jenny Rapier. Mm-hmm. And some very, very interesting comments. We must give kudos to the narrative on WPG 10. Yeah. This is where we would have gotten this from.
Welcome back to The Narrative. I'm your storyteller, Callisto Faria. The main opposition party in Grenada, the National Democratic Congress, they had a big event this week launching 7 of their candidates for the general elections. Well, they're caretakers who they expect will be the candidates for the next general elections whenever Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell chooses to call the next election within the next year or so.
Now, Carl, you live in St. Patrick, am I correct?
Yeah.
You live in St. Andrew.
St. Andrew. Southwest, to be.
Southwest.
Yeah.
What did you hear about the event in St. Patrick's? Was it the big event that Ms. Faria just spoke about, based on what you heard?
I do not see it as a biggest event, as a big event.
You did not see it as a big event?
No.
What did you see it as?
Well, it was showmanship. You saw people dressed in a particular way. It tells me that after so long, you cannot come up with your 15 candidates, and it just...
Carl, big event? You live here?
No. No big event. And what the exercise showed me that they're not ready for governance.
Why?
The team, the persons presented.
Okay, let's listen again.
Welcome back to The Narrative. I'm your storyteller, Callisto Faria. The main opposition party in Grenada, the National Democratic Congress, they had a big event this week launching 7 of their candidates for the general elections. Well, they're caretakers who they expect will be the candidates for the next general elections whenever Prime Minister Dr. Keith Mitchell chooses to call the next election within the next year or so. And of course, all eyes on the party, highly anticipated, was the issue of who will the NDC name as their candidates. Well, they've named a combination of the old guard, as they're being called, and the new guard. They have announced youth caretakers in places like St. Mark and St. John, and people who have run before for the NDC, like Claudia Joseph and Joseph Andel, who is also a former interim leader of the party, have also been named on the slate, the first 7, the batch of 7 that they have announced on the western corridor of the island. Now, here to talk to me about the choices that the NDC has made and the position that her perspectives on where the NDC is at the moment as they renew and remake themselves for the next general elections is Jenny Simon. Jenny Simon is a former member of the National Democratic Congress, a former chairperson of that party's women's arm as well, and very much in the campaign. She led the campaign for Nazim Burke in the constituency of St. George's Northeast in the 2018 general elections as well. And we're going to talk to her right now about what's going on with the NDC. Welcome to the program, Jenny.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me again.
Again. And I'm always happy to have you. Always happy to have you. Well, you saw the footage yesterday from the NDC's little to-do that they had. They've launched 7 candidates. What do you...
First, Carl, are you with us?
I'm right here.
Yeah, I just want to make
I'm
sure.
here.
Just want to make sure you're with us. First,
big event.
Big event.
Little to-do.
Second, little to-do. I'm trying here. Somebody had me really puzzled. Where do I go? But then my good friend Depo is saying big is a relative term.
Yeah, big is relative.
Yeah.
Big is a
what
relative
might be
term.
big for you
But
might be small.
interesting to point out. First, big event. Secondly, little to-do. Let's go.
Scale down.
You make of the 7 candidates that they launched? Is NDC looking good?
They're looking good. The color, that yellow is always bright and nice and sunny, and semblance of the sun. Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking nice and bright in their yellows.
Now let's talk about the candidates.
Callistra, I am rooting for NDC. First, let me make that clear. At the moment, it's NDC or NNP. We back to that. And I am rooting for NDC. But I must say that I'm not satisfied with the candidates so far. And also for what I hear coming. Some of what I hear is coming. But
But why are you not satisfied?
I am not satisfied with the pick. And I would not say the youth, because I'm not going to say age is a factor there. I would say experience.
Comments, gentlemen. First to you.
Well, Andre, that was one of my operative words. Experience. How do you take a guy from playing one ball cricket on the side of the road and make him an opening batsman or a test player? It does not happen. It's a process. And if one of the operators could tell you they are not satisfied, then that tells you that we would not be satisfied the same way. It's an analysis that she's making.
It is not fair to call Jenny Rapier an operative of the NDC because the last organization she was affiliated to would have been TGM.
That's still one, baby.
No, whatever. But we have to do some respect that.
Yeah,
As a result of
that,
she's not an operative. She said that, hey, I am rooting for NDC. However, Carl, she's not happy.
No.
Why?
One, she's experienced enough to know the team being assembled wouldn't make the grade. And the fact that she says she's rooting for them, her comments as to the team assembled is instructive. Okay, another case where you go say somebody's an NNP, so they're saying they look good. One who claims I am rooting for them, however, I don't find it up to marginal performance.
And you know what's one of the surprising things to Andre, that in St. Andrew we have 4 constituencies that none was named. You know, I think
we coming. Let's take it by
stage.
stage. We come into that. Let's go again.
And this is not a trial thing. You know, when you go for a job and they tell you they want somebody with experience, I have an issue with that sometimes, because how are you going to get the experience? But we're speaking about a country here now. We're speaking about governing. We're speaking about picking up the scraps, literally using a shovel to pick up the scraps that where we are right now, where NNP has us. And we need governance. We need proper governance. And I don't see it. I mean, I know these individuals. I know them all. I know them well. I know some of them from the very beginning when they came into NDC. And we can't go down that route. The youth thing, we're not going to pick people just because they're young.
Is that what is taking place? Are people being picked because they're young? Because she said it shouldn't happen.
Or people being picked who they could control.
Expound.
Philip Alexander constituency is a case in point.
You make the statement, but
because what he's saying, the constitutional way of choosing a caretaker or a candidate is not being followed. And in those picks, you have to realize that the same thing will happen, because remember, a few weeks or to a month ago, they were indicating that you have to send in your CV.
Yeah.
But I thought the thing was, I think, in my belief, I might be wrong, but in my belief, politics is still a grassroots. And the persons who you want to represent are the ones who to so indicate who they feel is best to represent them. However, I have no dog in the race. I could only comment. And I have the right to comment because I'm a citizen of the state. And those people are putting themselves forward to represent the state in which I live. So it's fair game for me to complain or to speak off. But at the same time, I don't have no dog in that particular race.
But Andre, if you look at Jenny's analysis, I think that is the general consensus, you know.
Yep.
That the caliber of people you need to govern the affairs of this country, we are not seeing it.
By that, not in them.
In that group of people, you know, and Jenny is right. You know, you cannot take the country and put it into the hands of people who just does not understand how to govern. What you're talking about here is governance of a country. And they have not shown that they have that competence at this point in time.
Let's listen.
That can't happen. That should not happen, right? The youth thing not fitting in with me right now from the pick. Yesterday was a fanfare and they walk the street and they make noise. And the noise in the market is not always the sale of the fish, right? And they win already. And they have not been putting in the work in the constituencies.
When you say they haven't been putting in the work in the constituencies, what is it that you know about what they're doing right now that makes you say that?
Well, one, I have not seen an NDC caretaker candidate chairperson in the places where they don't have candidates come to my home to talk or being in thy neighborhood or to talk about NDC and why we should vote for NDC. It's a new NDC, and so far, I have not heard what their vision is, what their mission is, what they plan to do different, or how they plan to save us from the NNP regime, how they plan to save us. I've not heard that. I've not seen that. I've not seen them on the ground elsewhere, in any way.
Not seeing them. That's it. That is a. Everybody knows.
She's not seeing them. She's not feeling them.
Right. But you said something there that this is a new NDC.
Yes.
We know that.
We know that.
No, she said that. And do you guys agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, obviously.
So which means that they have to package this and sell it all over again.
Yes.
So they have a problem.
A serious problem. Where is the Nazim Buck? Where is the Franca Bernardine? Where is the Tillman Thomas? Let me tell you.
Where's Adrian Poswida?
Yeah, I said to my friends that if I should be part of this NDC, one of the things that I think that could have happened or should have happened was to go to a retreat before the convention and to bring in all the players, like the Nazim Burke, the Tillman Thomas, and Persida, put everybody into that retreat and strategize a plan, how we are going to move forward, and from there you'll get some information as to who is interested in contesting the next election, how we are going to go about, how we going to ensure that the National Democratic Congress model, the policies, and so how do we maintain that in going forward, even under new leadership? And I think that there's so many people to me who are disappointed, who are despondent, who does not really understand the direction the party is taking. Even their own supporters, I talk to them. See, but I don't understand where they're going. And they start to tell you, I don't understand where they're going. I say I don't understand where we going. Listen to that. Listen for that language anytime, eh? I don't understand where they're going. I'm talking about supporters saying that I don't understand where they're going. So when Jenny says a new NDC, she could be very right.
But what is instructive here to note, and you see, politics is still, in my view, perception.
Yes.
When they had some meeting and they say they call in the Nazim box and the Tillman and they give them thing and tell them thanks.
Yeah.
If you understand how that play, they tell that fellas that we don't want all again. We move in without all, so thanks.
Yeah.
And a lot of people who look at that and they didn't realize that everything that has been done after it goes against everything that these people fought for. Even in the fact, even to in real talk, in point of they used to always beat up on the New National Party about selling passport and so on. The new leader have to answer about passport selling. No? There are some questions to answer about passport selling. No? And how much he know what sell and how much he know who have.
Who are the holders?
So the sideline, so when they bring Mr. Burke and the Honorable Tillman Thomas and others in that meeting and tell them, well, oh, this, that. What they did, they say, watch, all your time come and pass, all your has been, never will be. Stay aside. We don't want to song ungrateful to all, so you want people to see we scenario in the sunset. So then everything will come now is the new dispensation without no guidance and leadership. And if the representative or the caretaker has to come from the people, why you just willingly saying send in your CV? So even though the people I don't want me and my CV look better than yours, again, it's not over you. So how country go wrong?
So in other words, has it changed the core values that Mr. Tillman Thomas always spoke about? And in his core value, that the sale of passport was always something that seems to be totally
smiling.
Against. But
let's listen some more.
So you think they're weak on the critical element of canvassing for any political party? You think they're weak on that at the moment? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying, and we've always been, and not always, but for the past 10 years plus, NDC, that's where the breakdown has been in our machinery, our election machinery, and I, from moving around, from speaking to people, from being in certain communities myself, because I have kept up with my outreach work, and I'm in St. Andrew a lot, because that's where most of it is centered, and speaking to persons, and so NDC has not been on the ground really, but they can't be. They don't have caretakers and candidates in most of these constituencies. Who's leading it? who's leading the charge, right? So this is where they need to focus on. The mini carnival in the street, yeah. After that, now this morning the dust settled. What next? Have they looked around and said, if we win, because they say they're winning, if we win, who's governing? Who's going into the halls of the ministerial complex to manage our situation in this country at the moment?
Andre Donald, just before we go, just a light moment here. Look at the parallel. She say mini carnival. Who they advocating the people not to adhere to the rules of carnival? That same set of people are them. What say play job, play mass. So everything for them is mass in the grass, like Mardi Gras, like Can Rai, Can Ban and Can Bully, everything is all that.
Now that has raised its head, yeah. What is important here, and people are going to do something. Say, well, Andrew, you're doing the same thing. Okay, fine, yes, no problem, go ahead. But listen to this, Carl. Listen to this very carefully. On the live, walking through the streets of Sateers, the leader of the Congress, who should know better, and experienced people in St. Mark, and speaking about experienced people like Roberts, not Kennedy, his brother. What's his name? Anyway, Kennedy Roberts' brother.
Vincent.
Ponytail. Right? These people are seen. When the government of the day is still saying to the authorities, Ministry of Health is still saying, wear your mask when you're in public, especially when you're moving around people. Here you had the political leader of the Congress totally flaunting in the face of the authorities, I am not going to wear my mask. You can say what you want. Charge me if you want to. Carl, that's a dangerous thing, isn't it?
That's a dangerous precedent.
That he set in.
Yes.
Yeah, we also understand that, Andrew, from the health standpoint. But I still want to go back to Jenny's point, because I made that I was disappointed when I did not see nobody from St. Andrew as caretaker, understanding, that if you cannot win a seat in St. Andrew, you cannot win an election, you cannot win a general election in Grenada. And Jenny is right. We are not seeing people in St. Andrews really advocating, I think the most visible person give him that perhaps is Philip Alexander. He's having breakfast every Saturday morning and so forth. But I mean,
well, he's raising funds.
But I mean, from the political standpoint, you are not seeing it. And those persons who I'm hearing, I don't want to get any complacent. I will get our representative will become complacent. But the names I'm hearing for St. Andrews, they're going to remain in the block. They're not going to take the track.
Let me read this. Glenwell sitting in the front in a non-yellow upperwear was like putting vinegar in water to quench one's thirst. Andal, in his acceptance speech, constantly proclaiming under his leadership, misplaced. Claudette calling out Brother Vincent as an indication of the merging of the old with the young, a tactical error.
A tactical error?
Yeah.
So then, in other words, a revolution has taken place in the NDC. As Carl said, they already sang the swan song. They get them boys a plaque and they sing the swan song.
Who they talk, man?
Yeah,
Parley school.
And I told you, didn't I tell you, Carl, that they will point to Andre without a mask? But what they're forgetting is that Andre is not a candidate for anything. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And to read it, Carl, let me read it for you. Andre, I saw you before without a mask when your son's girlfriend came home. Andre was talking to her, was taking her out to breakfast.
The tree in the forest. Don't even follow that.
No, the pig.
Don't go no. The pig get hit.
Pig get hit.
And that pig start to bawl a lot.
Pig bawling.
That pig gets so desperate. That
You
pig,
understand?
when you listen to that pig lately, that pig so desperate, he talking and said,
Mm-hmm. That pig get really hit hard. That pig get hit hard.
and that pig telling himself, but I know that one again, boy. But I know that pig, I'm sorry for the pig, but you have to learn.
Yeah, but
the fire to purify.
The thing about it, Carl, is simply this. They should have known at the function which was held low down the street from here, almost every one of them, if not every one of them, walked up to the podium with their mask and had to take it off to do whatever. Great. But it's like if they left there, or the mask in their faces or on their faces was just showmanship, Carl. We saw who they really were walking the streets, because that's what they do. Flaunt and stamp in the face of authority. Because the police, and probably they were challenging the police here. Well, yeah, challenge me, arrest me.
They're against the police.
They're against the police, and they wanted the police to arrest them.
To get a story, to get a forward.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
The pig balling, man. The pig ball, man.
That pig early balling.
Grunting, eh?
Not grunt. Ball, squeal.
That desperation on behalf of the pig, man.
Christmas coming?
Tell the pig, yeah, he walk to continue to do follow us, man.
Don't follow me.
Can't try that at home.
Yeah, don't try that at home. Let's listen a bit more. I hope the pig listens.
How the pig listening, Jenny?
Yeah, listen.
I have not seen it among most of the ones there. And we also have to remember that our leader, the NDC leader, at the moment, is also new and fresh. As a matter of fact, he is one of the new and fresh ones. Because if you want to talk new and fresh, the youth arm that was launched yesterday, they're not new and fresh. They've been there. That's a faction of the youth arm. That's what we had there yesterday.
But that Mitchell himself did not come up through the youth movement of the party as a Tevin Andrews or a Kieran James or a Quince Britton, who have always been members of the party and involved in the politics.
That's why I'm saying he's the only new and fresh one. The others are not new and fresh. He is new and fresh. And so he also needs to be surrounded by persons who can elevate him, who can help him politically. And so I'm not seeing that there.
But Jenny, they have Joseph Andel, who he was former leader of the party. He ran before. There's Claudette Joseph, and then on the east we're hearing names like David Andrew will be in the St. Andrew Southeast. Sorry, we're hearing that Lennox Andrew is expected to be is it in the northwest or the northeast or something like that. We're hearing Cato for St. Patrick East and so on. So this is the first batch. In the second batch, we expect to see some older, more experienced people coming forward to complete the slate.
Did I just hear right? Lennox Andrew in the mix? You should know. You live in St. Andrew.
Yes.
Have you heard that?
Yes, we have that. We have Lennox, Black Wizard, and Pierre.
Which Pierre?
Huh?
Which Pierre?
He's a poultry farmer.
A poultry farmer.
Yeah, he lives in Balthazar.
So it's either him or Black Wizard?
Well, that is true that I'm hearing jumping up, but it seems as though that based on hearsay that Pierre might get the nod for Southwest.
And Southwest, that will be
Honorable,
Yolan?
Yeah.
That's your constituency?
Yeah.
So Pierre and who fighting for that constituency?
Well, he Wizard and Toes.
And Toes.
That's what I'm hearing.
So what does Pierre do? Who's Pierre?
He's a poultry farmer, I said.
A poultry farmer?
Yeah.
Okay, and well, toes is toes.
Toes is toes.
And Black Wizard is Black Wizard.
Elvin McWilkin.
Elvin McWilkin.
Yeah. And then we are hearing for the Northeast that Senator Cynthia could be the person giving the nod in the Northeast.
Senator who?
Tessa Cynthia, the leader of the Senate for the opposition. And we are hearing again of a proprietor who owns the Rainbow Car Rental, that he could be challenging the Honorable Emmeline Pay for the Southeast. You know. And then the fight between Gloria and Philip continues in the Northwest.
But I had Leo Kito name mentioned.
Yes,
the Nutmeg guy.
No, because you see, it is strongly.
St. Patrick's East?
Yeah, it is strongly believed that Cato would not get the nod for St. Andrew Northeast, and that they prefer Sensei for St. Andrew Northeast to come up against the Honorable Cato Liswat Peters now.
So Cato CV though good then.
So no, but you're hearing that Cato for St. Patrick's
I heard that
East?
That to me that could be an error. Phyllis, she was for St. Andrews Northeast.
Who, Cato?
Yeah, I never heard about Cato.
That is not an error.
It's not an error.
Carl, tell me, what have you heard?
What I understood coming from inside sources, they tell Cato, if you want to run up, there you have to go.
Okay.
Where?
St. Patrick's East.
Honorable Anthony Boson ran and won 4 times in this constituency, St. Patrick's West, right? Now, at times he lived in St. George's. That's where he has another home. He has another house and a building down there. But he's from St. Patrick's anyway. Do you understand? Well, yes, they can say that.
Leo went to school in Montrose, maybe.
Right. So Leo went to school in Montrose, and in essence, his first home where he lived, family-wise, that in essence is St. Patrick West, you know.
Yeah, but remember, the Prime Minister lived in the West and ran in the
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. So it's okay. No, it's okay. I'm just building the case and saying, yes, it's okay.
Yeah.
However, most of his things has been focused, well, in the Nutmeg Association.
Well, he's a Nutmeg guy, man.
He's a Nutmeg guy. So Nutmeg could go anywhere.
Let me tell you something.
It grows everywhere.
Let me tell you something, Andrew.
So that's no problem.
Anybody, if you understand the history of GCNA and the leaders of the people who has been in GCNA who contest election, they have never won. Renwick, Archibald, Ogilvy, for that matter, in 72, when the constituency was divided between Southeast and Southwest in St. Andrew, right? Harry Ogilvy, who was then chairman of the Nutmeg Board, was contesting against David Sylvester. One guy, so he done. A guy from Munich, Benedict Andrew, where the Nutmeg bonus? Harry, come and tell us. What we want to know first is that about the surplus.
So that song could sing again?
The surplus we had in 66, let's get the matter fixed. David had nothing to say. Just go in a meeting, play that, and go in the shop and entertain the people. And that was it for Harry.
So Andrew Dahl. Chances are we... Andre, so chances are we could look for that song. Will not make bonus?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be recorded.
Because you have to understand. No,
somebody might know it.
When I was growing up, okay, that the Nutmeg police open on Saturdays. In my community, people come and sell Nutmeg on Saturday to buy their meat. We pick up Nutmeg on Saturday to go to Martini. Children coming to school, they was able to sell Nutmeg in the morning and then get some money for school. Today you have to find out when the poll opening. So if Cato want them to come back with the Nutmeg bonus, he could take a chance.
So you could think in a bonus before them, but just before you go. And what is instructive to note? Now, me and you always have this discussion and we just say, the pig in the pen will get heat is the pig that was ball. Yeah. So all things Jenny saying in our comment, that pig didn't get hit. As you speak about the mass, the pig ball.
The pig ball.
So the issues confronting the Grenadian public, he no business with that. The candidate weak like Papiot. You do business with that. Everybody saying they do good, you do business with that. But the one thing the man the way mask is Satubal. But it's so trivial.
And it is true because they can't take out that picture on
They
social
can
media.
achieve the monkey.
You know, and the thing is, and what is?
And they know.
We're looking at leader here. Keith Claudius Mitchell wears his mask every time in public. He does. You know, so they know that, hey, anyway, let's go to the next one. Yeah, Deborah, coming to that.
I think that might be a redeeming factor for them.
I could only speak. You asked me about the launch yesterday and what I see yesterday, and that's what I'm talking about.
What I'm asking you, I know, and I am asking you now whether you believe that should those names that we are hearing come onto the slate, do you think that that can be a redeeming factor?
To a certain extent, yes, it can be, because some of them are older and more mature and more experienced in certain aspects publicly in the public sector. Yeah. So yeah, could be, but most of them are also new to the politics and the whole governing of the country thing. But they're, as I said, they're older and they're more mature and has a little bit more wisdom, maybe. So yeah, possible.
Can we? You were a founding member of the Grenada movement. You left the organization. You weren't happy with the way that the considered leader, Dr. Patrick Antwine, was managing things, and so you left. They have said they're not going to be in the next elections. Have you given a thought to helping your old party, the NDC?
No, not really. I don't think they're looking for help. I would be considered one of the old guards, eh? And they haven't think about the old guards. I would be considered one of the old guards. The truth is,
if they ask you for help, would you help?
If I can help in the way they ask me to help, yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with that. I would help because talking change. We talking change, but at this point, I'm not happy at all with some of the things I'm hearing and some of the things I'm seeing. I'm not at all happy.
Because we're also hearing of a lot of confusion emerging. The deputy political leader, a no-show at important events. The chairman of the constituency branch in the Northeast has resigned. There's a second resignation somewhere that's not coming to mind right now. There seems to be there's this battle between Gloria Thomas and Philip Alexander in St. Andrew, Northeast or West. I keep mixing them up. So there seems to be a lot of instability still within the NDC.
Yeah. And like some of us would say, it's almost as a curse. It follows the NDC wherever it goes. the infighting factions. They could try to sweep it under the carpet as much as they can, but there is something there, and something is always brewing, and the cannibalistic behavior, and you know, it's just too much, and it's not stopping for some reason. It continues no matter who is in the leadership. It started with Francis Alexis and George Brazan, and they came forward with Uncle Tilly, Nazim as leader, Persuader as leader, Andel as leader, Franca as leader. It's just been there.
It's been there. And the thing is that the NNP, for instance, is not without its controversies and its problems, but somehow you do not see it being played out so publicly. Yeah.
Yep.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to wrap my head because I'm hearing this for the first time. I didn't listen to it before, but I just decided to play it. But I'm hearing this for the first time, and what Jenny Rapier said is something that is damaging to the core of the National Democratic Congress, because she took the issues, the confusion, the infighting, she took it back to Francis Alexis and George Brazan and brought it forward to today. and saying that, hey, they're still fighting. And it is something, she said words to the effect, Carl, I want you to comment first, let's have Brave Boy or guess.
Say like
but
cuss,
it seems that is it. That is what they're made up of. Yeah. That is their DNA.
Andre Donald, I had a conversation with a gentleman who...
And yet, hold on, tribalistic.
Yeah, tribalistic.
Was a word she just used.
Yes.
She used that word in a tribalistic.
And the Honorable Peter David always used that word when speaking of the NDC tribalistic.
But yeah, he always says that.
But listen, what is instructive to note, one of the guys who does be on the live with us, who has since moved from the Congress into the House of the Union National Party. Welcome, brother. You know who I'm speaking of. Mm-hmm. He indicated that same story to me 2 days ago. And he told me when Nicholas Brathwaite came on the scene, he was invited to a meeting in River Sali, the old community center. And in the discussion before the meeting, and I'm quoting him, the patrician prime minister told them they're going to oppose the move to bring in Nicholas Brathwaite. So they say they went down in that meeting charged to oppose the move to bring in Mr. Brathwaite, and then the gentleman stood up and endorsed Mr. Brathwaite.
Who's that? The patrician prime minister?
Prime minister stood up in the meeting and endorsed Mr. Brathwaite. He said to me, he had to swallow pride and stand up and say, Mr. Brathwaite, I don't really know you. I only hear about you. I came here to oppose you, but I now endorse you. And he is going through the same thing now because his friend called him Malcolm and named traitor and thing. So anytime you're not supporting them, you become the worst person. And this whole infighting will lead to instability not only in the party but to the country. And we are on a stable footing now. And that is the crux of the issue here. You know. They are not ready or capable to govern. So irrespective of using the mantra of youth, and this youth thing the whole, you know, because even them never did a feasibility study on the youth to understand how the youth will impact. Just jump up and say we're going with the youth. And make all kind of beat up and try to demonize the prime minister and call him an old man, which intended no work for them. He just give the prime minister a foul. That's the best thing he could have do for him.
Yeah, but what I want to say is that when you look at the stability of the family structure in this country, anytime there are senior members, especially the grandmother in that family, like the beacon of the family, like the person who directs the family. Yeah. Anytime you have a problem, we're going to Papa or we're going to Mama.
The matriarch.
They are going to settle this matter. So in the family structure, that continuity, that respect for seniority always prevail in the Grenadian family. So to say that Dr. Mitchell is old, you cannot take away the wisdom and the intellectual capability. I mean, when you look at how Dr. Mitchell has handled this pandemic, do you think that a youthful NDC leader could have handled that situation, handled Grenada in a pandemic period as how the NNP is handling it today? You know, you have to understand, nobody lost a job here, you know. Look, you're talking about Barbados and Trinidad and other places. There are a lot of people went into redundancy. That has not happened here. Even you see, you have civil servants holding government in their throat to give them 4%. I mean, I have children in the civil service, they'll benefit. I'm not against it, but what I'm saying, even at that period, the government was able to meet the demands of the union. So how you could tell me that the old is not your intellectual capability? Look at Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a president of the United States of America, ran the presidency in a wheelchair. You know, so age is wisdom, and you have to respect that. So when you disrespect people at that level, what are you saying?
And not only that, bro, they sit idly by and allow that disrespect to continue. They say nothing.
Yeah, you know.
They pretend they don't know that going on.
They disrespectful.
And that speaks volumes.
Can't do
because
that.
if you not there yet and you're allowing that disrespect, how could you control it if you get there?
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. That level of disrespect cannot continue. It does not speak well of you at all. Does not speak well of you. And that's why you have to understand that you must applaud Dr. Mitchell for having or making Sir Eric the father of the nation, you know, recognizing the contribution that he has made to this country.
Word.
You know, and I tell you, I remember in the independence of 1996 when Sir Eric was given that black car, that Peugeot PE77, you know, and the Prime Minister acknowledged, you know, his presence and the contribution he has made for the development of the country. Understanding at that point in time under Nicholas Bradford administration, when the family of Sir Eric won the case and the government was supposed to compensate them, the then Prime Minister of the National Democratic Congress, Nicholas Bradford, said he preferred to go to jail than to give Eric Gary 1 penny. How can you tell GLP supporters no, that you want them to support you, when the hero you have preferred to see die in poverty? You have to understand the dynamics of the politics. You understand? And Dr. Mitchell has recognized that. So now, that, like I always say, especially in St. Andrews Northeast, that combination between Labour and NNP is very difficult to defeat. Extremely difficult. A constituency that the NDC or the GNP has never won.
But listen, what is instructive here, and many times they say it's all about Keith Mitchell. But look at the candidates Keith Mitchell are tracking and getting together. Against the candidate, they put in chalk and cheese, chess and checkers.
But then you see, you have a captain that could steer the ship. He could steer.
And the captain gained that with, as you say, Adrian wisdom.
Knowledge.
Next captain is me.
Yeah?
No, I'm talking about the policy. See, when Doc finished and we go in the Mediterranean with the yacht.
Yeah.
I mean,
you know, and you know, in St. George's Northwest, it's only two candidates it's only two posts that ever
represent
that, you know.
Dr. Mitchell and who's the next one?
Dr. Mitchell and George Houston.
Oh yeah, the former Minister of Finance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's true.
I mean that's true.
Yeah.
January 28th, Dr. Mitchell is now 50 years, celebrating 50 years in politics. In 1972, he contested on a GNP ticket against George Houston.
Yeah, and lost.
Well, not lost, he was beaten.
I hope, for the first time, I hope he's listening. He did not lose, he was beaten.
Yeah. 580 something votes.
He was beaten. Right.
Yeah, sir. But then,
so then it is wrong for us to say today that people losing to Dr. Mitchell, he beating them. I love that one.
Yeah, so you have to understand that Dr. Mitchell has came through the ranks. You understand me? And for the level of confidence that the people of the Northwest have shown to Dr. Mitchell after the demise of the Grenada United Labour Party, you know, how you competing against that? Two, you know, from 1972 to now, only two persons. He doesn't tell you a story.
Yeah. It tells you about, it speaks to stability. It speaks to the people of the Northwest believing in stability. Not just stability, but them believing in stability.
Yeah.
And this is what we're gonna go with, and this is what we're gonna go with. And when there comes a time when, George Houston, I guess it was because of the revolution.
Yes.
Right. And then when comes the time for gentlemen to sail off to the Mediterranean or ride off into the sunset, whichever one we want to put. Yeah, it is his decision to do, and because of his service to the country. I want to see if you all agree with me on this statement. Because of his service to the country, because of his service to the Caribbean and to the world of politics, I do not believe it should be anybody's opportunity to push him out.
No, because you see,
you can't push him out.
No, you have to understand, right? No, Dr. Mitchell had a lucrative position in the United States, and he only take a patriot to leave that kind of financing and the level of life to come back to Grenada. And that brings us back now, when you talk about patriot, and
country force.
Patriotism, right? You say that when Shakespeare and them defined patriotism, right? They said, breeds there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself had said, this is my own, my native land. You know? This is how patriots operate. They forget about whatever thing is happening out there, and they are going back to the native land to serve. Because if such there be, go, mark him well. Hide though his title and proud though his name. Boundless his wealth as wish can claim. And despite those titles, power and pelf, shall dine go down to the vile dust from where he sprung.
Preach.
And that is the hallmark. And that is the hallmark of the Prime Minister. Yes. A patriot. He has given up everything in foreign to come home at a time when our country was in crisis and need his ability, his knowledge, his experiences in the field to come and serve.
I just want to add.
Go on.
Not only all what he says is it, but add that to it. They don't have beat up, he take care from people, and he still stay. Not an easy man. And with the ability and the opportunity he had, if he didn't stay, he could have gone, if it was for self. You know,
I asked Carl this question, I think it was on Wednesday, and I want you to, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Eric Gary was an avid tennis player, but loved his cricket. Keith Mitchell lives and dives for his cricket. I believe the only thing that comes, the only thing that could come in front of cricket will be Grenada for him. Grenada is the only thing that comes between Keith Mitchell and his cricket. But tell me this: what does that speak to, Brave Boy? What does that speak to? With the two gentlemen being avid cricketers, really good cricketers, and being the two most successful prime ministers that we've seen in our country.
Okay. Let us equate it like that.
Okay.
No. One of Sir Eric's big campaign strategies was meet the people talk.
Okay.
And that was, and you had a cricket match.
Okay.
Cricket match, meet the people talk. And then they bring all people and they have, because see, cricket brings out an audience. Cricket brings out an audience. Cricket is, to me, is still the number one sport, follow sport in Grenada, despite that football and other sports.
It's the Caribbean.
Yeah, you understand. But you see, so people identifies you, and any prime minister who could come out in a sporting event leading his team, and the other ones that he has Prime Minister 11. A prime minister team make up of ex-nationals and people from all walks of life.
You never give me a game though.
Well, I tell you can't play with win ball and ground and go and win a match. You see people like Steve Mahal and Stalin Romain.
Typical example, you can't play in Cola Crate cricket in the road and go and play for test team.
No.
I get you, bro. I get you.
You understand? So, but see, you see, so the two gentlemen, once you have that sporting acumen, in your armory,
you're able to unify people.
You're able to unify people. Teamwork. Team. Cricket is a team.
And that's not golf you playing, eh?
No.
He ain't playing golf. He ain't playing squash.
You're not Tiger House.
Yeah. So what that tells you, that these two most successful prime minister has always been team players.
Team-oriented people.
Team-oriented.
That is instructive.
And they know who to select to play on the match.
And then it's two
Selection for cricket.
Selection is key.
Selection is key. Selection. To win, you must be able to select a winning team. And they know how to do that. And they're very calculative.
Because even with, and I'm just viewing here the team West Indies in their heyday.
Yeah.
You know, and you have the Holdings and you have the Crofts and you have the Garners and you have the big Clive Lloyd, the big cat and so on.
Yeah, you know.
But in the covers, you have the diminutive Gus Logie, who is flashing all over the place. Youthfulness.
Yeah. Full of exuberance.
You know. So you have the Keith Mitchell, you have the Oliver Josephs, you have the Peter Davis, and Peter, I ain't saying that you're up there, but I'm just saying you have all these people, but you have the Kate Lewises and the Emlyn Pierce and the Kindra Maturin Stewart, who are able, and the Pamela Moseses, who are able to dart around.
But not only that, and just to stick to the team you are speaking, after you had Holding
Kraft, Garner, Marshall.
No, then after Holding and XDC, you had Malcolm Marshall, Cotley Ambrose, Patrick Patterson, Courtney Walsh. So the selection, and look at NNP at play now. Nolan Cox, Olivier, Victor. So replacements, like a conveyor belt.
It's there. It's
like a conveyor, not that we seen what happened last Wednesday. Contrast that will happen last Wednesday in Sote.
Say what happened.
I say Carl. Right, Adri, so Carl, you have to understand too. You mentioned Gus Logie. But Gus Logie was seen, or Clive Lloyd was seen as the father to Gus Logie. A lot of commentators say that Clive is Gus' father. So you see, and then now, Gus, having been trained by Clive Lloyd, end up to be a coach for youth cricketers in the West Indies. So you see, you have to go through the process. It's a process.
And this whole process too,
you have to learn to play the game.
You have to do the process.
You can't play the game, it don't make any sense.
A lot of people not paying closer attention. I'm paying very close attention to Nolan Cox.
Yeah.
And when you listen to Nolan and his reasoning, and when he answers questions at cabinet post brief and other occasion that he's confronted by the media, you hearing Keith Mitchell.
That's tiny making, man.
You hearing Keith Mitchell. He's not saying, regurgitating what Keith says. No, he's not doing that. But the mannerisms,
that level of confidence,
and the confidence, and how he deals with
calm,
the media, really, really calm and easy. And
very collective politician.
Sometimes come across as being nonchalant.
Yeah. In cricket, I will say that who was he bats? Carl Hooper. On a good day. No, that is Nolan Cox. And people are not paying close attention to this brother.
Then you have to understand, if you talk about cricket, nearly all the big records Lara made, he had the stability as Changapola to hold up the other end, So he always come to stabling your position, the stability, and going into the selection, stability had to be an operative word.
Here's something I think I should read by our good friend Depredine Carl. Andre, hoping my manuscript will be out by the third quarter of this year. And in it, as a chapter, Gary could not get to play tennis at the Richmond Hill Court. Guess what? He constructed what?
Tantin, Carnage and Granance.
Carnage and Granance.
Yeah.
Well, Tantin to an extent too, but Carnage was it.
And he brought in a coach. That guy from God, what was the head coach name, boy? Remember, he brought in a coach, and then he had Redmond too. But you have to understand.
Coach Redmond is all I remember in tennis.
No, but he had a guy, I'll remember his name before this. But if you remember, one of our tennis champion, Hayden Ashton.
Yes.
When he became champ, I never forget a headline. From ball boy to champ. because Hayden Ashton was a ball boy to Renwick and Grisham
Up at the...
come from one, you know. So he was the ball boy, and then he knock on the thing. But when you talk about the Richmond Hill tennis club, that was for the
elites.
The elites. The 4%.
True story here now, Andrew.
And then no, but uncle understood that, right? Okay, I can have my people playing tennis too, because this is our operating word of uncle.
Yes.
My people, you know. And we'll look at that. Now, the first black man to open a bank in Grenada came from up here, John George.
Yeah, John George. Yeah.
Right. And when John applied, John had the intellectual ability to work at the bank. The manager, a Grenadian upper class philanthropist, 4%, did not accept his application. So he took the personal intervention of Eric to go to the manager. So Eric to go to the manager and said, it has brought to my understanding that a brilliant young man has applied for a job here in the bank, but because of the color of his skin, you refuse him. You know? And on leaving this, uncle said to the manager, do I have to come back? And he
didn't have to go back. He had to go back to change that check, but not to talk to anybody.
And by the time you know it, John George
was working in the bank.
Was working.
I heard that people used to be opening the door and going and people
used to make excursion when people go to town. That time the bank was done with Tickle on Young Street, right? And they're going to see for themselves that a black man, because it's something like a novelty,
unheard of.
Unheard of. It is like when it is as when the first black people went to Portugal, that the king had them. That could be Henry V or Prince Henry V had them in the palace because they never they never walk on plantation or anything like that.
Carl, you're gonna say something?
You know,
you're gonna interject with something. You lost that train of thought.
No.
Oh, you tell me.
So Eric and tennis.
Yeah.
Remember Paul Slinger?
Yes.
He was the minister of tourism one time.
Yeah.
He's insurance.
Yeah.
So he says he and Sir Eric good. And he went and played tennis with him one afternoon.
Yeah.
And so Eric say, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, you dress and come in a particular place. You will be the Minister of Tourism. So Paul said, he says, when I don't know tourism, he says, you will be the face. Just leave the rest up to me. That was the brilliance in Sir Eric. Because he recognized the call of Paul as the Minister of Tourism. Would give the thing forward. Brilliance, picking again, selecting.
Yeah. You look at that again. When Winston lost the election, talking about youth in politics. And so Eric said, no, we cannot let Winston out. Because I understand from somebody that Winston wanted to be a lawyer. And so Eric wanted him in politics. So they said that Uncle said to Winston, when I'm here going to study law, you don't have to go and study law. You'll get into politics and you would make the law. In Parliament, we make the law.
Oh, man.
So when Winston lost, right? You know, and Winston was a good cricketer too, so Uncle took him and make him Minister of Sport. You're talking about.
They said that Winston was a fast bowler.
Yes, but Winston was the first Minister of Sport in the Caribbean. Minister of Youth and Sport. You understand? So when you talk about face and young people and how so Eric was able to maneuver with these people, you look at Mary Jo McIntyre as an ambassador under the Gary administration. So he knew exactly.
I want to ask you a question. I have to ask you a question. Then we go to another thing. I have to ask you. I must ask you this. Where was the country's first IT establishment?
Key Universal.
Jesus Christ, this man. Look, I'm not inviting you here.
Yeah, I mean, when people talking about call center and thing, we had Key Universal. Okay, Uncle brought Key Universal here. As the first, the first IT.
They used to be punching holes in cards, and I used to get some of those cards when you.
I don't know exactly what. I know exactly, but
they had computers in there.
Yeah,
and that was in the 70s, you know.
Yeah, because the the guy who used to come to do the computers, he lives at Bodgrove. He married to one of the Rayburn girls from here. They live right on the hump before the Bodgrove school day.
Is that Jew's husband?
Yeah.
So that was the guy in Key Universal?
Yeah, he was.
Well, I need to have an interview with him.
He was the technical operator, William
That's
Lewis.
OIT's daughter, Jude.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I know. They live on, when you're going, it's like on the left-hand side, side of the school.
Yeah.
Right there? They live right there?
Yeah.
By the big drain?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Key Universal, man.
But, Jay,
because, just before you could cross, because if you remember, Andrew, that time, some persons who worked at Key Universal was trained in Tech and Vogue. You know, remember we had the Technical and Vocational
Institute.
And they were trained there to work at Key. So, although we didn't call it a call center, but
it wasn't just Key Universal.
It was not new to us. So Gary brought in Key Universal here, you know, as a IT operating system.
Gary's shoes are too big to fit. Carl, do you agree?
No.
You don't agree? No. Okay. I can say that the path that Gary set out, of course, Keith Mitchell has sought to, and ably has done so, continued the path. But Gary's shoes
not easy to fool.
Are very hard to feel, I believe. Keith Mitchell has done wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
He has continued that pioneering sort of attitude, going through, doing different things, doing new things. He has continued. Even when you look today, and because even yesterday they had this big press conference in relation to SGU, that was something that Gary started. And because of the relationship, and Dr. Mordecai spoke to the relationship between himself and Keith Mitchell has been phenomenal through the years.
You also let us look at that point here. The same 4% oppose the school of med. Say, it's an offshore school, they're only going to bring cadavers here and what have you. So if you had, I think that time they say we had about 53 or 54 practicing doctors, 50 voted against it.
Monica said that yesterday.
And Uncle said, if you want it, you don't want it, this is something for the development of the country, and the School of Medicine is coming here, and he gave them that facility which they had done at Chublu. That time used to be the just after Expo, you know, a lot of buildings there. Those houses, we had the Carfter cottages.
You must ask Winston about it.
We had the motels on at Chublu. So then one was given, remember, for police training school, because our police used to go to Barbados and train. So a police school was opened in Chublu, and he brought in Houston and Ola from Uganda. You know. So I mean, like, look at let's say, Andrew, look at women police in the Grenada Police Force. It was, as you instructive to know that it was the doing of Sir Eric Matthew Gary that brought in women in the police force. Even Adventist was prevented from being member of the police force because of their religion, and they have to
work on Saturdays,
and so forth. So you see, he improved the police force by having the Coast Guard, having women police, and then localize the whole thing. Because you look at from the last foreign governor we had came from New Zealand, you know. If you remember Ian Turbot, who Dale Hill took over from, you know, and our first female governor in the Caribbean, you know. So I mean, when you're speaking about Gary and all that people, everything they only about a Mongoose gang and a Mongoose gang about Gary, they are not following the legacy, you know, and how he has transformed Grenada.
The instructors are trying to push
you understand me?
As they are
that's the hallmark of the man.
And they're doing that today.
Same thing, because Keith Mitchell was just like Gary.
Yeah.
Where you go? And then he representing the people at the lower stratas, as they will say, the needy and the hungry and the greedy.
The people that need the help.
You know. And talking about help. I mean, today, Grenada has the largest number of landowners in the Caribbean due to the Land for the Landless program that was introduced by Sir Eric Matthew Gary. You know, in any country in the Caribbean, we have the largest number of landowners. And the ownership of land gives you authority You understand me? Give you equity. He give you assets that you can use for your development. And so Eric understood that. When you have your plan and deed, you could go to a bank, you could use the assets, and you can get loans because you have equity. So he empowered the people.
Well, unfortunately, one of the things that a lot of the people at the time didn't have the ability to understand. So, like my grandmother used to always say, like, so Eric used to tell people, some of the people and going through blue and Lance up in them and take place down there and they say, Uncle Norman down there, too much bride.
Yeah, you can't plan nothing down there.
And then men with little sense recognize that and they just gonna put up pole and boundaries all about.
All about month too.
Yeah.
No, that it lands, you're talking about 20 US a square foot.
Yeah.
You understand? Because you see, Gary's policy was that the difficult things we'll do today, the impossible will be for tomorrow.
$100, remember that?
Yeah.
See that again, Leandro.
The difficulties will be handled today, the impossible you'll wait for tomorrow.
Yes.
Those are not the exact words.
What are the exact words?
The exact words. The difficult things we must do now. The impossible will take a little bit longer. Didn't say tomorrow. Said a little bit longer.
All right, okay.
Go ask Winston.
Yeah. Well, that's the orator.
That's where I got it from, Winston.
That's the orator. That's the orator. You know.
I just find out here, and I take this opportunity right now to empathize with Carl, a young man that I've started to train here, the one in the afternoon, to empathize with him. His mom
has passed?
No.
Oh.
Empathize.
Oh, empathize. Not sympathize. Empathize. Empathy.
Yeah. His mom, who works at the Nutmeg Pool at Gove, she fell from one of the shelves this morning.
OMG.
Yeah. So he just sent the information to
me. Let's wish her a speedy recovery.
So, well, yeah. He said that, because I just had to tell him, well, don't bother about today, because he said that he's gone to casualty. So you never know what will transpire. So, hey, bro, we got your back.
Andre, do you know a guy who lived around here called Ralston Adams?
Corey Boots.
You know, prior to independence, we had statehood, and he wrote that statehood anthem.
Ralston Adams, he was a former principal of McDonald College.
Yeah, hope of our future.
Oh, okay. I don't know the song. But Ralston is married. I don't remember his.
Because remember, during statehood, we had the green, yellow, and blue flag with the nutmeg in the middle.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't remember his wife's
statehood,
name,
yeah,
but
he wrote that.
Married, and they had one son, Jay.
Yeah,
Is it Jay? I think, yeah.
So I just bigging up St. Patrick this morning.
Of course. We always big up.
I know.
This is where Real FM is, So we always up there. Are you crazy? We always up there. We don't play like that. We don't play like that. 15 minutes nowadays after the 10 o'clock. Real 91.9, 91.5. www.therealfmgrenada.com. What's your first name, Brave Boy? Delbert Brave Boy. Yeah. I always call you Mr. Brave Boy. Out of respect, and that's what I know. But Delbert Brave Boy, because somebody just asked, what's his first name? Okay, so Delbert Brave Boy.
I live at Birch Grove. You can contact, if the person so wish, they can contact me at 442-6626, or they can WhatsApp me at 418-6688.
There you go. Your first name is Carl, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just checking. Just checking. The other big thing I want both of you to comment on this morning is that, and I keep saying this, when the TGM came up and KB came here with it, I said, KB, that's not going to last very long. And you give me all kind of thing, what Patrick and Twine would and wouldn't do throughout the country. Suffice to say, we see what has happened. When Jason Skeet started mouthing and saying things about NNP, I'm like, Jason, you should be the last person to speak. That's what I was saying to myself. Jason, and I can say that because Jason's married to my cousin, and I leave it right there. I said was married to my cousin, and I leave it right there. Auntie Virginia's daughter. All right, just leave it right there. No. I said also at that time, Jason didn't last in long with these people because I know him. And before Wednesday, did we see a resignation from Jason Skeet?
Yeah.
He resigned from his post, and not just as a member. Well, I don't think he resigned as a member. Let's read the resignation. Resignation yes, he resigned as a member of the NDC. So he's no longer a member of the NDC. And he was at that particular point in time the chairman of the constituency branch.
Northeast?
Yeah. So he resigned. Again, it goes back to the infighting and the instability of that particular political party.
Was just looking for something he didn't get. Because Jason's very ambitious. Did he have his eye on being the candidate and maybe somebody else is coming around the bend?
I said he was married to my cousin. I didn't say he was my cousin. So I wouldn't know. Right, Carl? I wouldn't know. But I worked.
Yeah.
Let me give you a little bit about Jason, right? Jason used to be around us when I was at Spice Capital Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on air. Jason was one who was always around. Before you lift your hand, Jason was right there. And he was not doing anything. And I was on air together with people like DJ Akela, Shoma Wells, Derek Sion, Anthony Jericho Greenidge, Alban Griffith, Danny DeGale. That was a group in the on-air grouping. Jason was there, but just there. And when I was doing that program, a program called Scrapbook, it's the first time I got to interview Dr. Keith Claudius Mitchell. We'll talk about that another time.
Mm-hmm.
Peter, I have a copy of that interview, but nonetheless, back then.
Yeah.
And I said to Jason, look, we need to make some monies advertising. And I explained to him
how it could happen,
what we could do.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time I sent him out was to speak to, Carly might be able to help me with her name. The bookstore was Standard Bookstore. It was owned and operated then by former Governor General Danny Williams.
Don.
Right.
Don that was there.
Yep. So I made a phone call to her, spoke to her, and I sent Jason to do the business. He came back. We gave Paul his portion. We split the portion that we had, and he's like, wow, that is how this thing works? And I'm like, yeah. And Jason never looked back.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to that sort of the
marketing and
thing, he never looked back. Give him that. He's a very ambitious individual.
That's
why can't take that away from him.
That's why I asked the question.
And Jason basically left there, and I'm going to say Jason left there because he did not get the leadership. He didn't get the nod.
Yeah.
If he had gotten the nod, he would have been there.
That's the point I'm making. That's why I ask you. That is why I asked. Did he not get what he was expecting? Because I know the individual,
Yeah.
I know him good.
That's Jason.
Yeah, I know the individual good. I mean,
and the interesting here's somebody saying, well, Andre, he resigned just after spending 11 weeks.
Mm-hmm. And then because when I saw he was making a lot of noise with the bus association, I say, Jason's up to something.
Yeah, when that's where he started.
That was the launch.
And I'm like,
yeah,
because I'm there, I'm thinking, but what's going on with Jason here? And I'm thinking, is it politics? But no, not NNP. Jason is not necessarily one known to go to losers. And then, blap, he ended up in the NDC. I'm like, oh, Jason, that's not you. You will not stay very long. And he didn't. 11 weeks.
Yeah.
And he's gone. He's disappeared from the ranks of the National Democratic Congress. And so the cookie continues to crumble. That is what is happening. But we must go to the beginning of the NDC started with the resignation of whom? Or the getting rid of whom from the NNP? Resignation or getting rid of or whatever.
Kenny?
Of Kenny Lalsing?
Kenny?
That was the beginning.
Lalsing say going on.
Yeah. And there will be more that will go for sure.
Yeah.
And that was the beginning of the NDC. Lalsing, Finsley, and all of them, blab, they came together and they formed the NDC.
Sing Finley, Andre Donald and others.
Are you doing that so? What is your story? They said
No. I say that to say, whenever you speak of the NDC, you know what you're speaking of. It was foundation. So they can't take that from you.
I find you kind of joking me.
No. You speak with authority when you speak of them. So men can say, hey, leave them alone. And so some people say, leave them alone. They can't tell you that. They can't give you that.
I find you're singing like you want Kit Mitchell to throw me about
When Kit Mitchell to tell you you're there on the wrong side, you didn't believe until some lighter to shine in your eye on the way to Damascus first.
Nimrod didn't believe he was on the wrong side the same way.
They send you?
Lighter to shine in your eye on the way to Damascus.
Ask if they send you.
No.
What are you looking like?
Brethren having a conversation. We open about that.
Yeah.
Because we do tribal. No. We don't calling people traitor and all kind of thing. We only say when a pig get hit, he go ball. And I rightfully so.
You know, I want to ask you I want to say something over there. I'm going to ask you something.
Yeah.
Sing the NMP song for me.
Which one?
You
know, I'm not good. I'm not a singer.
No, but just talking.
Come.
No. You don't even know your party song?
Working for my party.
You can count on me. Working on my party. Faithful I will be.
Working for the NNP.
Will fight
with all my might.
Working for the NNP. That's it.
Yeah.
What is the NDC's theme song?
We go mash it up. Run for cover. Save your mama. Bama drop.
And Eric Gary had a theme song for his party, you know.
That was he anthem. I think it was Mr. Andrew Noel that wrote it.
There's a theme song
for we'll never let our leader fall.
We will never let our leader fall, for we love him the best of all. We don't want to fight
to show our might. But when we fight,
we'll fight.
Yeah. In peace and war, you'll hear us say, God save our leader, God save us all. So, at the end of the strike, the flag shall fly.
Yes. On a light moment, like he said to Eric, like cricket, so he had to go in a particular village and play some cricket. And he might have spoken to a guy at a call.
Oh, that's a grand answer.
Yeah, they needed a call. So the man tell him, well, all the bull fool.
Dawson, no, he was going to have the people tour in the Coffee Bowl, Filton Village, that area.
Yeah.
So they was done by Dawson, the Big Daddy. They had that disco in Granada, the Big Daddy.
Yeah, that Big Daddy's, interestingly, on the opposite side of the road, just up the hill, that's where Ray Roberts used to live.
Right on the hill there,
right there.
Or by Papa T, go up on the hill there. Uh-huh. So then when he said, we'll get the bull from Mr. Callis for this fish function, he said, oh sir, the bull full.
He love full bulls, man. Tell me love full bulls. So I was so quick on it. Yeah, when he said the bull full, he tell me love full bulls. Man.
Yeah. But Alexis,
but what I'm saying, you guys just drifted a bit.
Yeah.
But as during this, I cannot remember hearing anybody sing a song and saying it was affiliated to the GNP.
Mm-mm.
Right?
No.
I cannot remember anybody saying that there's a song that is affiliated with the National Democratic Congress.
Only two parties. Only NNP.
Only two parties that really have a song that stands out through the years.
Yeah.
This is not a... Carl, is this something simple?
And what is the similarity between the two poor people governors?
Mm-hmm.
The two poor people governors party.
Mm-hmm. But there's another joke about Sorik, Osaka, right? No, that guy, that Lebanese guy, who was they had that restaurant, Rockies, on the Carnage, right where Kiblan Wireless last day, So they used to supply government with groceries and toiletries and things for the hospital. So they send the van to collect with a list of things that they need for the hospital. And factory refused to give them the credit. So David Sylvester, who was then the Minister of Health, he called Uncle and he said, well, Chief, we're in trouble, the hospital has no food and credit has been refused from our source. And they say, Uncle ask, he say, David, is the war in Lebanon finished? David say, no, sir. When I listened to BBC this morning, Israel just dropped a bomb on them this morning. Say, all right, don't worry. So he called Fakri. Then he said, are you tired of the sunshine? And they put the phone down and he said, David, go back there. They say he did not even take the least to make a bill for that day, and everybody shop free.
Let me say something to y'all. Again, when you say these things and these names are mentioned, the biggest tomb in the cemetery,
Old Fort, going up Old Fort.
Old Fort,
yeah,
is Fakri, yeah?
Yeah, that Lebanese that died.
Right? Silver Sands.
Yeah.
Is Fakri.
Okay.
Silver Sands.
But here
is Fakri. You know?
But going back to that, Andre, you understand? Like that Gary was such an intelligent practitioner that he made a Lebanese a senator, Senator Moses Nahus, you know.
Yes.
So you understand the connection with Gary and the Arabs down there, you know?
Yeah, because you remember that call, Fakri and Silver Sands.
Yeah. So you see,
Fakri has been here, and people think, oh, you're
Frenchies.
Fakri has been here.
Frenchies
biggest tomb in the cemetery.
No, Frenchies is Fakri. Best rest, they still here running the factory making matches and things.
Still Fakri.
Rest best, yeah.
Careful, I might say it wrong.
Amado was part of them. What you have KFC there now?
Don't let me say Fakri again.
Yeah, all right.
Good morning.
Fakri.
We have a caller. Good morning.
We will never let go be the fall.
Hello?
You'll never let the leader fall. Hello?
Yes, good day.
Drumstick.
Drumsticks what? Good day, how you doing?
I'm good.
Drumsticks, sing the NMP song.
I don't know if you sing the song, no, Papa.
But you know Gary on?
I know Gary on good.
I hear you.
I was a small girl growing up, but my mother and father was a Gary, so I learned the song behind them.
Okay. Thank you, darling.
But Andre, you know,
right.
people who supported the Grenada United Labour Party, and so you say, well, they're NNP or GNP or what? Well, you see, I'm a gay, right? You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know.
Do you know the name Arthur Bowen?
Arthur Bowen, no.
Somebody's asking us, your guest, Andre, if he knows anything about one named Arthur Bowen.
No. What I know, they had this guy, it's a Bowen, and he who really changed the dynamics of the steel band movement. He was a PVC boy, and that steel band, won the panorama. And then because now he from sort of an upper echelon and a PVC boy, so then the steel band movement started getting recognition through
this Bowen guy.
His first name now.
You don't remember?
No, but I know. I would have it on my file. I don't have my phone with me, but I know,
All right. Well, interesting you say steel band, because the person who was asking that question is a steel band player, former.
Okay.
Angel Hops.
All right.
Hops boy. Depo, good morning to you once again. I want to get I'm at 10:30 is the time. And to you, Delbert Brave Boy, I say thanks. Thanks for all the information that you have given to the nation on this day. Historical day indeed.
Yeah.
100.
Full 100.
Yeah,
full 100. Yeah.
Birthday of Sir Eric Matthew Gary. And a number of persons on the live here this morning have been saying, hey, Andre, phenomenal in terms of information. Personal messages on my phone. in terms of misinformation coming from you. And we've spoken before. And I believe we have come to the juncture and I want to, out of this morning, I remember I said to you, Carl and myself, we're going to do so and put things together. Well, definitely we are going to be putting things together. But it will take quite a bit. And Depredine, listen to this and listen to this very carefully. You are going to be our point person on this, Depredine. Carl and I are going to be speaking to you, and we are going to find the best way to put the information that Mr. Brave Boy has, to put it down in a manuscript. Because information like this should not disappear when one transitions to the elders. And so, Depo, I'm going to be speaking with you so as to get an idea of how to go forward with this. And even if it means, and I believe it would mean, having Mr. Brave Boy sit down at times with someone who is going to document all of this and then put it together so that we can have, and we're looking forward to have, maybe even if it in its first read or the first draft, by our 50th anniversary of independence. We're looking forward to have something and say, okay, fine, this is what we're working on. This is the first read. And Brave Boy will be given the opportunity to make a presentation to both the Governor General and the Prime Minister and say, sir and lady, here are the first two copies of the draft copies of this manuscript as you go forward to a book. Because you can't be, I refuse to let that continue to happen. We have to do something now, okay? Depo, I ain't really waiting for April for you to be down here. My number, Depo, take it. 457-6188. WhatsApp, call me, and we'll start the process right now. I believe it is time to start the process to have that book, or maybe part 1 of Grenada's history, however it turns out. We need to do that with you right now. We can't leave it up to you to do. Forget that. You have other things to do. You have good walls to build, like the wall you built in, what do you call that? Balthazar? Yeah, like that. Nice piece of work. You have other works to do. So we can't leave that up to you. We have to take on that. We've got a call online. Good morning.
Hey, boy.
Hello?
We are doing drumstick again.
Yeah.
Come back for you. Like singing,
You like singing? Go ahead.
Oh, you can count on me. Working for my party. Faithful I will be. I will fight with all my might. Working for the NNP.
Okay, drumsticks. Okay. You go and learn that song quick and come back, girl?
Hey, I know what
And Andre, and I will say to her,
thank you, darling.
when we're doing that manuscript, right? Place very close to her. There could be some highlights on that because
in Birch Grove?
Yeah, Penang. That was the first place that nutmeg was successfully grown.
In Grenada?
Yes, and exported. You see, when Frank Gone came, the Grenada already had nutmegs. Captain John Bell brought the nutmeg from Penang, and he planted it there in that part of Bell's estate called Penang. That's where he got his name. That's how he came from the Indonesia peninsula with the nutmeg plant. So what has happened? Belvedere became the largest nutmeg producing estate, but not the first estate in Grenada to grow nutmeg.
So Penang was the first one.
Penang, brought by Captain John Bell. And he called that place Penang because the nutmeg plant came from Penang. So you see here, nutmeg plants come from Penang, Banda, and Indonesia from that peninsula.
Yeah, Carl, you're watching me. Take history.
Taking it in my poem.
I don't know. I'm using that, but take history. It's just utterly amazing that you keep coming up with these things. And I do you have photographic memory?
I don't know. But you see, I have no script.
But yeah, you don't. I know you don't. Your memory is good.
I don't have a phone. I'm not reading from anything.
Yeah, I know. You're
like Nico Wayne and them, man.
Yeah? You know. So I don't know if it's photographic. I don't know whatever it is, but maybe just had the ability to retain.
Okay, somebody's saying that he was brought here in 68 to work on Expo 69. That's the Boeing guy. And Gary had him deported. Do you know about that one?
No, I do not know. But you see, what I know about Pan was always considered for the low class people.
Yeah, but they put the Boeing that worked with the Pan.
And what is
it? Was a Boeing from
Mongelou.
Yeah. Arthur Boeing.
Arthur. I didn't know him by Arthur, but I know it's a Boeing. And then when I spoke to some PAX people from Mongelou, they said that he's from Mongelou. And I remember speaking to the principal, Mr. Jeremiah of PBC, who also confirmed that he could have been a guy from Mongelou. But I don't know what could have been the problem with he and Sir Eric, but you have to also understand that Wilfred Harris was sent to Trinidad to learn to tune pans, and they had a pan making process plant down at Chublu. Wilfred just transited about 2 years ago. Harrow father, DJ Harrow. Yeah, his father. He used to do pan at Chublu and distribute it to different entities, But I know that I know based on what I've read that Boeing is the person who has really transform the steel band in Grenada, make it more acceptable at a different level.
Well, no, they gone down on me.
No. Just talking about.
They just gone dead.
And then you also have to understand too that Pre-Simon, a Grenadian.
Why you reading me mind?
Yeah, Pre-Simon. That's a Grenadian. Who
from Birch Grove?
Spree.
From Birch Grove, you know that, right?
It could have been.
Yeah, because I was told
Charles Maori Hammer.
Yeah. I was told that Spree was the brother or somehow related to the Touches.
Well, yeah. Well, they come from a whole musical background, and Touches has on both sides, both the Graves and the Simon, intermarriage, how that happened. And we must appreciate the fact that Grenada gave carnival to Trinidad. When the British came back to Grenada in 1783 and they started prosecuting the French and the liberated black, who had a few lands and so forth. So King Carlos of Spain, a contingent went up to England to meet the ambassador, and then King Carlos of Spain then decided that based on what was happening in Grenada, and the French were predominantly Catholic, and the British Anglican, and then here they had called them the Planters Church and the Church of England and whatever. But going back to that, so under a cedula from King Carlos of Spain sent to Don Chacan in Trinidad to accommodate the French from Grenada to migrate to Trinidad, to give them large trace of lands and exemption from taxes, and to be included in the population of Trinidad. And so the migration of Grenadians started from 1783 to Trinidad, and they started carnival because the Spaniards did not play carnival. When Carnival started in Venice in the 11th century, and it spread, and the French planters brought it to the Caribbean, Grenada was one of the places that we had this rich cultural heritage. So when the migration of the French and the workers went to Trinidad, they started Carnival there in 1784. So when Dan Chacon was overthrown sometime in I think it was 1798 by Ralph Abercrombie, Grenadians was already in Trinidad, right? So when Tobago was ceded to Trinidad, Tobago was part of the Windward Islands under the administration of Grenada, and so St. Lucia replaced Tobago in the Windward Islands, because the government of Grenada was established in 1760 by Robert Melville. And then again, Angie, I want to say that for the last time. Going back to I want to applaud the Prime Minister by acknowledging the fact that the time has come when some of the names of our street, I think, have to be changed, and I want to see some serious change taking place in Grenville, right? I mean, Bola, Cressy, Ms. Benjamin was in the first cabinet. She could be. There are a number of people. No. Cressy, who wrote our pledge.
I believe, yeah, he's credited with that.
He's credited with writing our pledge. He is living in Salisbury Road.
Yeah. Change it.
Lord Salisbury and Gladstone left the region in serious problem when they had the problem between Guyana and Venezuela for the establishment of the Essequibo, which the British took from the Spaniards to make a buffer between the British and the Spanish. Mm-hmm. And number 10 said they would not spend 1 cent to establish the demarcation boundary. It was the American president, I think it was President Tate, who then insisted that this matter should be settled. So Gladstone and Salisbury were part of that cabinet in the House of Commons. Why we want to have Salisbury Road and Gladstone Road? Why we want Seaton Brown and Seaton James and Walter Sendall, all this old British plantocracy? Too many things. For that matter, in Greenville, you have Victoria Street, you have Victoria Park. Come on. Let us do citation on our people and all the contributions they have made for the development of our country. And this is what I'm saying. At St. Mark, where they have Hero Square, I would like to see something about the Fedons there. Because apart from Julian, who we still not certain was born in Martinique, 8 of the 10 Federal children was born in St. Mark, baptized in the St. Rose Catholic Church in Grand Paul.
So, as you're there, quickly, let me ask this. The name Federal would have been changed to what?
Okay, no, it is my belief that a lot of Federals are wrong, and I want to try the parallel. You have Hughes. Hughes came from Martinique as a governor to support Federal. You have Hughes, we have Campbell, we have Gordon, we have Horsford.
Grant?
Yeah?
Grant?
I did not see Grant in married. But all the Federals, right? Mm-hmm. All of the Federals had a lot of middle names, like Etienne, Baptiste, Pierre. So, understanding the brutality of the British and how they was executing those who participated in that Federal Rebellion, the Federals have gone underground, changed their name, using the middle name rather than Federal.
You believe that's what happened?
I believe that's what happened.
Because the name can't just disappear.
It cannot just disappear in thin air. It just cannot. How all the others are there.
It just can't disappear.
And it was in the interest of the Campbells for the Federal Rebellion to fail. Because Alexander Campbell mortgaged Belvedere, right, to Law and Livingston of England, but they did not give them the document. So when Federal bought Belvedere was already mortgaged with that British firm who was lending money to the planters in the region. So it was in their interest for the revolution to fail, and then they came back in possession. But interestingly, something I want, especially people in Victoria, to know, that the Federals live in a place they call Lancer.
Where's that?
I was telling you. It was called Lancer. And you had to talk to Stan on that. And that estate was sold in 1791 to Francois Philip. And part of that proceed was used as the down payment for Belvedere. So Francois Philip bought that portion of lands from Federal. The next thing, Federal wife was Mary Rose. You still have Rose in Maran and Gove. Mary Rose. Got it? So, the other Hodgson said that, he's a JP, but Francois Philip was also a JP. And when one of the Federals trade and they lock them up in the tongue, he had to go and sign on their behalf, say that you know them in the community Grand Pro for XYZ and you have good behavior and so forth. I'm just saying that followed the family. So how come you have all these other people but you have no Federal?
Yeah, I can't seem to think.
But I see on your phone, but have you realized that Mary Rose was...
I'm trying to find out and I can't.
Okay. Yeah. Look at Dr. Curtis Jacob. 1763 to 18.
Dr. Curtis Jacob was one who wrote
to 1840.
He did a thesis on history.
And he was at Marshall House.
He was at Marshall House.
Marshall House.
Where is he now?
I don't know. It's Miss Philip that is there now. Dow's wife. She that is there now.
But
I'm saying it is important. Now, I remember when the last English team was here, I gave a guy a drive. I came to Sotes, get something that passed through the western side. And when we reached to Waltham, he pointed out, he said, you see this great house that the Federals used to live there. But I passed it down because I never knew the Federals was in that. But as I continue to do my reading and do research, I realized that the Federals, they were born. And interestingly, quite a number of people from Martinique came into Victoria. So now, you have to look at Duquesne Bay Airport in that period. Could well be.
Could have been. Because I remember someone speaking to someone, and it was indicated to me that the person said to me, Andre, you must listen to the people from Victoria speak.
Mm-hmm.
Say more.
Yeah.
Victoria to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
Say, listen to them. Listen to their melody. And then listen to the Jamaicans. And you'd realize that they have the same melody.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I found that to be correct. And the person said to me, the reason being, and when the slaves came in, and the big bucks and those were nice and strong, they were brought up to St. Mark and polished and cleaned up.
The diamond in the rock.
Yeah. Feed them properly for a period of time, and then send them off to the bigger plantations, i.e. Jamaica. So the person saying to me that St. Mark, there was a port there that the ships used to come in, take the slaves after they were polished and shined and cleaned up and kept for about a month or two and put
quarantine. Where they call for the quarantine.
Quarantine. And then send them off to.
You see, I am not forming this opinion that St. Mark could have been
transshipment
a transshipment port.
Yep.
And it also takes me to the point too that St. Mark is the cradle of Christianity. In that, when Dupaquid came in between 1649 and 1650, he brought with him a Catholic priest from the Dominican order, and he was housed at where Dr. Modest is now, Diamond Estate.
Diamond Estate, okay.
And then they built the St. Rose Catholic Church.
St. Rose, that would have been the one right there on Main Street.
In St. Mark.
Yeah.
You understand? And the next thing we have to look at, we must do some serious research on Port Louis. Because Port Louis was our first town, and it was Fort Louis. And after the tsunami between 1703 and 1710, then we relocate the town to Fort Royal, which is now called St. George. And that is why during the NDC period, they celebrated the triennial, which was the 300th anniversary of the town of St. George. I'm saying this to say, the type of dredging that is being done at Port Louis, it could well be that there are treasures
there.
There are treasures there. But because we do not understand our history and we do not know the caliber, the quality, the kind of boat that sank there, it does not bother us. So when the Savary came and re-established Port Louis, he already knew that Fort Louis was our town. That was our first town. So Port Louis is located in Fort Louis, Bally's Ground. Remember they have a playing field for the Belmont people and name that area called Bally's Ground by GYS there, Andre?
Yeah.
So remember that they had a playing field at Bally's Ground? Mm-hmm. Freehold area that they had for the people there?
Someone is saying here that the first Catholic church, which is what you just said, was in Coast Guard in St. Mark.
So I tell you, the priest used to live in Diamond, and it was the St. Rose. And then now, you see, so you had two groups of priests there. The Capuchinists came in, and they spent about 3 years, and then the Dominican order came back. So they say it was in Coast Guard. This is things you have to discover. Where was the church? Where did the relics? So, I knew the name of the priest. I just slipped me, so many things going through. So you're talking about history, you're talking about Hero Square and what have you. I do not know who are they. I've never read the cornerstone or what that. But I'm saying now you need to have do some serious research on this thing in St. Mark. We take a lot of things for granted, Saka. A lot of things that,
And we cannot really, we don't understand, so we cannot pass it on.
We can't pass it on, So Diamond, St. Mark, to me, I refer to it as the cradle of...
Ansky Greens.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening. Good morning to you.
I just want to use the washroom.
Yeah. Ansky Greens, good morning to you. Sean Archibald, how you doing? You're loving to hear the history. Oh, well, that's good. Depot, yeah, the area called the Mang. All right, this man needs a local television show. Don't worry. When we have the television station up here, Carl, we will bring him to our thing. You know what's gonna happen, eh? You know what's gonna happen, and believe it or not, somebody's gonna do so with a television. They're gonna take him and have a big thing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember I said that to you. All right. Yeah. Ski, so you're good? Yeah. Nice to have you on board, man. Let the people know who to listen to, what to listen to, and when they should listen. You got that? Yeah. Our time has now moved on to 5 minutes, and that is before the 11 o'clock hour. Real 91.9, 91.5, www.drealfmgrenada.com. Our friends inside of Fun City, Brooklyn, 107.9, J1 the FM. And whatever platform you're listening us on, YouTube, Facebook, or on the website, thank you so very much. What about Rosemont Plantation now owned by the Duncans? Say something about it. Listening. What? Say something about it. Okay. When he comes back, he went off to the washroom for a minute there. Carl, what your thoughts on what has been going on thus far? We just got about our final 5 minutes, I dare say, this morning.
Yeah, this morning was a deep morning, man. Real FM, real. I'm still trying to grapple with a lot of the information here too. Because a lot of them is not a rewind, but very new for me.
I think what Delbert has served to do is bring to the fore or need to document our history.
Yeah.
And the way he puts it across is very exciting. Very, very exciting. And it will make for very good reading. And we need to get somebody who is very good at illustration too, to assist in putting this book together.
Yeah, because you see to Dre, no, going back to the Federals, how did it disappear? No, you have one of the guys who were pardoned during the execution in Federal camp, right? You had two brothers there, William Kerr, Anthony Kerr. In Montmorris, you still have Kerr, because William Kerr was pardoned by Federal because William Kerr was the son-in-law of Chevalier de Souza, who was one of Federal's chief advisors. So when you look at it, there must be Federals around. Charles Noakes, Federal chief aide-de-camp, they say he was the executioner. You have Charles. You have Baptiste. Where is the Federal?
Yeah, it couldn't have just died with Julian disappearing.
Because you still have the Souza. But what I say like, but to me they break up the Souza name because you have Chevalier de Souza, right? Who was one of Federal chief advisor, and that's why William Kerr was pardoned because that was his son-in-law. These names are still around. They might not be plentiful. Look at Charles. If you look at the directory, Charles Nassif,
Wow.
the whole
thing.
The whole thing, they take it.
Baptiste again. A lot of Baptiste.
Philip, Vento,
Philip.
Vento. All these people was around with Federal. So how they are around and you got no Federal? You see, no. The last resistance from the Federal Rebellion was Jack Shadow. He was captured 12 years after the Federal Rebellion because he was in a triangular relationship and one of the women screamed on him because he was jealous at how, women over blah, 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 one treat more than the other. He was hung on a tree in
Cherry
Hill and left to rot. Right. August 6, 1796, 21 of the insurgents executed in the market square. They had a live gallows in the market square on August 5th, 1796. It was August 6th, 1796, right? 21 persons was executed hung in that gallows.
Were these all black people?
Huh?
Were these all black people or people?
There was mixed. They had some French because I think they say it was one Creole boy. It was a whole mixture. Because you have to understand. When the British took over back Grenada, they even provoked the church because the Anglican church now in St. George, that was the Catholic church.
Yes.
Right.
And then they moved them and said, go up there and have your church.
No. What they did, I think it was St. Patrick Day, when Rector Wingate requested the use of the church for service, but he asked the Saxon. So the Saxon said, no, Saxon is the guy who do like the janitor, right? So he said it can't. So on the evening, they went to the church, broke down the door, and from that time, they took possession of the church. And on the Monday, with the cooperation of Governor, or I think it was Governor Hamilton, right? They said to destroy everything popish.
Okay.
So after they confiscated the church, the priest was thrown away from the church, yes, and they say, we are going to destroy everything popish. So that Anglican church was the church that the Catholic replaced for the one that we lost at Fort Royal.
That is why they call it. That is why the thing taking so long to finish, Carl. All that dopey and them that they in the market, the market project must take long. All that dopey and them that they in the market, that market must take long to
because
go.
Because if you remember, one of the things that the revolution had promised, that if Gary was extradited, that would have been hung in the market. Because they knew that persons from the federal
spot.
That was the execution spot.
I met this many years ago. Walking to the butchery, met a gentleman.
I know this story. I heard this already. Yeah.
So we see now how the churches switched.
Yeah.
Do you believe that really happened? The churches switched.
Yes, because if you look at Caribbean is not up there, but it's here.
Yeah, it's at the Anglican Church.
And when the people of Sotes, Chantimel and Mali, protested against the agreement they had with the planters, because after the emancipation, right, they had a system called the Mataya system, right? So then now they would give you would work the land, but you would have to sell the crop to them, right? So the arrangement sort of broke up, you know. And the people from Chantimel and Mali protested, and that's where they had the protest at the courtyard, and the priest had to intervene because the magistrate at the time, Mr. Romney, was flogged, you know, by the protesters because they did not agree with the side he was taking, and so Governor Hamilton had to send up the militia by boat. So when the revolution came out, what militia? He had militia before, even during the Federal Rebellion, because the great-great-grandfather of Maurice Bishop, Louis de la Grenade, was the man who was in charge of the militia in town, and that's why, and then he preferred the British part, you know, although he was a French Creole, but he had preferred to be seen as a white man. So he did not support Fedor, you know. So the militia is something that Maurice knew existing, you know, and his great-great-grandfather was the captain of the militia, you know.
Those things don't happen by chance.
No. You know, this is not by chance. You know, you got to go deep into this. The next thing, Andre, I think, you know, that when I went to the museum 2 weeks ago, and the lady was telling me that the Grenada Maroon was never documented. That's how the Maroons of Jamaica is documented. But one of the reasons why Fedor was able to hold out for so long, that the Maroons who lived in the forest, they call that the bush warmen, helped to train the Federal Army
in stealth.
So Grenada had Maroons, but it never was documented as how you do it.
How they did it in
you know, from Nanny Tong and
in
in Jamaica. You have not had the privilege.
Have you ever been to Fedon's camp?
Yes, many times. I've been in Bushgrove, you know. I
know.
To the camp.
Well, it doesn't mean that you have been there.
I've been there, man, because in school I was a go-to. And then if you live in Bushgrove and you're going to Concord, you pass just under the camp, you cross the river 7 times and you're on Concord Bridge.
Say that again?
You cross the river 7 times and you're on Concord Bridge. One river, you have to cross it 7 times, going through the forest, and you come out on Concord Bridge and you're fishing that to go back up home.
That's what you guys used to do?
Yeah. And the forest nice and clean. Big trees, just leaves on the ground. Wow. Fellas go up there and they're spending days. They have an area they call Tatu Tong. And the fellas go up there and hunt and spend days in the forest there.
How difficult is it to get to Fedon's camp?
Not too difficult. You're going up to Monlong and going to Péché. And go up the camp. And then you're coming back into Granitang. Coming through Kokwa, coming back down to by.
So it's easier to come back into Granitang?
Yeah, well, that's how them tourists do it too. You know, they go the trail and they come back into Granitang after the house. When you're going down the hill,
yeah, just on the corner there.
That corner there.
Kokwa Trail.
Kokwa Trail.
How long does it take you to get
about 2 hours. Or after a bit. I don't know exactly how the trace is now, but it seems to be looking reasonable because, you know, a lot of tourists travel the place there, you know.
And what's up there? What do you see?
Well, there's a big column and so forth. I think there used to be one gun when we used to go up there in the early time, you know. but you could have see how the layout was, you know. And speaking about that, Andre, no, in that was 1763, when the tongue was established, Grenville, when they moved the tongue from Maquis to Labé, no, Pilot Hill and Telescope was the fortification. So on Pilot Hill, you had 4 guns, a 9-pounder, 2 6-pounder, and a 4. That was removed. So people today, children today, do not know that Pilot Hill is just over the Methodist School, over Rudy, looking over the tongue of Grenville. That's Pilot Hill.
Over the gravel heap.
Over the gravel heap, they were right, you know. And that was the fort. That was the defense of the tongue. The guns are still in Telescope Point. You have 2 cannon on Telescope Point. But those at Pilot Hill was removed.
By?
Whoever gave instruction to move them.
And placed?
I'm hearing that there is one somewhere in St. Patrick. A very
in St. Patrick?
Yeah.
Where?
Somewhere in St. Patrick.
Where say?
With tourists visit and things, somewhere in St. Patrick. I do have all information to say yes, and I cannot go to court. I have nothing to think, but it's somewhere in St. Patrick. We will tell you unedited, you know. And there's someone somewhere in St. George. I think this is in Fort Nelson. But the guns were removed from Pilot Hill, and Pilot Hill was a very strategic and it should be a historical place in St. Andrew where tourists could visit and say, okay, this is the fortification. The next thing, there's something I would like to see for the 50th anniversary also. That in the talk in Maquis, you had a Catholic church, you have some other historical thing there. So you could see here was in this town, that's where the Catholic church was. Up there at Post Royal, because I think still believe they have some relics of the walls and things there. That used to be our fort. You know, and put some things into perspective.
Let me tell you something. In St. Patrick here, I've spoken to the members of SPOT about it. It was something that I planned to do, but I didn't get a second year as president of SPOT, and something I planned to do. And I've spoken, and I keep speaking to it. There is a water trough where horses were watered when they came to town.
Okay.
That was given to the parish by someone.
Like that in Lagoon Road.
I think that.
Lagoon Road. Come nobody bread for them by that.
No, I'm talking about in St. Patrick.
No, but I see they had one similar like that on Lagoon Road.
Right. So this person donated this water trough to St. Patrick. And it was placed in the area where the breakwater is.
Okay.
No? But what had happened is that in the construction of the new St. Patrick's Roman Catholic School, when they demolished what was there, they sought to dump the debris down in that area.
Okay, I
now,
understand.
in her wisdom at the time, Dr. Thompson removed it so as to preserve it.
Okay.
Brilliant. Brilliant. But it is on her property, but it belongs to the people of St. Patrick. So if perchance her property is sold,
then it becomes private property.
Then it becomes private property. And I'm saying to Spada, for crying out loud, it is the property of the parish. Move it and put it somewhere, even if you don't have anywhere to put it now, but move it and put it at a location that you can access it in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years.
Identify with it as the property of the people.
Identify it as the property of the people, but they still...
Patrimony there, the patrimony of the people.
Right, they have it still on the property of Dr. Thompson. And they are the only ones who can move it. Nobody else can.
But Andre, there's something here too that's supposed to be the holding bay in this Sotes area.
Holding bay?
Yeah.
In relation to?
For prisoners or slaves that strayed and so forth.
Oh, the slave pens?
Not the slave pen.
Not the slave pens?
It's something like a cellar, somewhere around the Sotes. called a holding bay. I have some friends. I'm going to go back and see.
Yeah, please.
You know,
I can't say I know. I can't say I know that.
And Bradford Point at Livera, there was supposed to be some cannons there also.
You need to speak to a gentleman by the name of Winston George. Winston George is a former member of the RGPF, rose to the rank of sergeant. But like yourself, he's a walking encyclopedia.
You say Wilfred Ho?
Winston George.
The sergeant?
Yeah.
I know them my partner, but we always start to get to us
There
chatting
you
real
go.
like that.
There you go.
He had a little ball on here.
Yes.
Every partner, man.
Now you can see, Carl, you see who is ranking?
Yeah.
Because you all speak the same
I
language.
was there with my doctor Love and you know, cook on with Mr. Alexander. I know, the partner, good man. I know.
Good.
Yeah. You can think it's more than not live just up below the road by the something. In any case, I know the man. I know you're talking about. You could relate.
You could relate. But that's good. That's good.
And we relate. Yeah. I know the guy. I know the man. I know he is.
But again, bro, thank you so very much for this morning. It's really a joy
It's my
having
pleasure.
you.
It's my pleasure.
Looking forward to working with you. You will come again. And maybe what you need to do is to give us, like, you know, the historical days more than us coming forward, so you can give us like a 2 weeks notice. Say, hey guys, coming up on that date, it is thing, and I have information on that I can come and share.
Yeah, because statehood going to be on the 3rd of March when we're at in statehood. Yeah, March.
I guess
3rd.
you have a lot of information on that. So hold on. We're gonna do it this way. Carl, should we? And interestingly, the 3rd of March, statehood is Thursday, so you're gonna be here on the Friday, the 4th.
No problem. And that would always be the first day of the commencement of the Federal Rebellion, March 2nd.
There you go. So we have a lot to speak about, and we'll see. I don't know where Dr. Jacob is.
I don't know.
But we can see if we can find him and probably include him in the conversation for a bit.
You know,
yeah, we'll include
because
him.
he did his thesis on, you know.
Yeah, so when I spoke to him, he did indicate to me that he did that thesis on Grenadian history, and he specialized in the Federal Rebellion. He knows a lot about the Federal Rebellion. You know, and interesting, I got to find out that Grenada, even back in the times of Federal, was trading in ground provisions for ammunition to Trinidad.
Yeah, under Lucerne.
Yeah.
You know, and Balrand, who is the brother-in-law of Julian Fedor. He lived in Carnage. Carew was also part of the plantocracy here.
Man, we have a lot to tell the Grenadian people.
Oh, yeah.
Again, thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
Final words, bro. You I know you got it. What's your final words this morning, Carl Keaton?
Just filled.
What's that?
Filled with information, man. History. Like I always say, when we passing the baton on to the next generation, we have to pass on something of substance, and that is the beginning of that.
15 minutes after 11 o'clock, and I think this is the best way we can end. I'm going to leave you with this, friends, so you can hear it in its entirety with no interruptions, because I believe it is something that you need to listen to, and it comes to you on Real FM, but of course I must give copyrights to the narrative with Calista Faria on WPG 10. Goodbye, folks. God bless you. Take care. Enjoy the rest of Friday.
Welcome back to The Narrative. I'm your storyteller, Calista Faria. The main opposition party in Grenada, the National Democratic Congress, they had a big event this week launching 7 of their candidates for the general elections. Well, they're caretakers who they expect will be the candidates for the next general election.